should be able to just go. All you have to do is just mute the volume. That's the only thing you have to do for watching. If not, it'll squelch. Because I'm streaming live on the Discord, so it'll feed the audio back from YouTube into Discord through the magic of our low latency. Huh?
I think I would have it. Almost there.
Huh? Oh, take your time. I'm just reading the specification that I wrote. And now, it's pretty good. I almost want to make a new subsection with the benefits of our ECS system over Unity's. Unity's I hate. You gotta bake all your entities and stuff. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, it's so unuser friendly. Anytime you edit an entity, any entity or game object, you have to go and rebake it with a button.
Are you in like a physics system, collider component render system right now?
No, yeah, it's so
That's the other one.
hard to work with.
Right, 5. Are you currently live?
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm there. So I see 4.2 build system.
Yeah. So this is what we're working
with. Okay, I'm in the right spot.
The entity component system. It should have a chart. There's no chart for it. Just make a chart for it. All these new models they got. This is Google's new one. Mermaid. Oh. See if it does it. Thanks for deleting it. Alright. So, through the power of Dome AI, let's just take this. Cut it. Undo it. Where do I want to put this? Here. Great. Fix. I always try to use Gemini, but I have a hard time.
Gemini's kind of neat programming.
Yeah. That's it. Might not be able to do it within my edits. Reload it. Nice. Look at that. It's fancy. Yeah, upload it. GitHub. Look at it. There's a mermaid preview tool I have, doesn't it? Zoom in and stuff. Okay, so that's the start. I wish I could make this taller. It's stupid. So as soon as the core components, we go app, input, and use surface. The window. These are our managers. Enemy manager, component manager, build manager, system manager. These ones. Controller, systems here, components, transform glossy, color, sprite, tile map, audio source, script, clean state, interactable UI. So these are all like the basic minimum we need just to like render simple player user graphics. Let's talk to physics system, input. Alright, state machine, render system. That's right. Modules, alright. Start cutting out these things to do. What do you do phase 1? This. Let's tell them what to do. Please review the specifications and the to-do. We want to complete phase 1, but only tackle one item at a time. Let's review the first to-do. Okay, I guess he doesn't need any more. Go. Now I can intelligently search all your code. Mine, push once. I'm really trying hard to get these volumes right. God, Amy's cranked. That's meant is cranked all the way up right now. This is like on the minimum volume. Okay, let's see here. We don't need this. I wanted to look at the project directory. That's quite a chart. I told Claude, I said, hey Claude, make me an entire graph of all of our files we have in our project structure. So if you have one of these things in like the Ruby, you could just select it and say, hey Claude, make me a mermaid chart. And he'll like do the official thing. I think that's pretty cool.
That's really helpful.
Yeah, that's a super neat. It's so minimal. Like it's so cool. I would add that as a right-click menu item on like a file or something. Like right-click, like show chart. That would be.
I like how this is very organized.
Yeah, I've noticed that it's very important to have an extremely organized specification for the AI to work with. If not, they'll go all over the place. The super important. Alright, this is the action plan. This is what we're working on right here. These ones. 8 out of 10 difficulty. I've done the 9 and 10 out of 10 difficulties already. Let's see here, I'm just trying to go through all this. Is already gone. We got most of that stuff going, but it wasn't made using ECS, so it's like I've learned from experience you can't easily, if you want to use any component systems, you have to build it from the ground up, and everyone uses game objects basically these days. Even Godot uses that. They don't use proper ECS. You have to build the entire engine has to be in ECS. You can't.
I haven't seen a proper implementation of ECS yet.
No. Drama does. Drama uses ECS.
That's, yep. That was one of the easiest systems I ever worked with 25 years ago in Thief.
This looks alright. Okay, so these ones are done. Oh yeah, I was looking at this structure. To get most of it. It's kind of mirrored that way. We got Ares. Let's see, here's our core. Ares.core. So that is just a path. done. We got Mac here. Physics is done. This is a lot of work putting this thing. But this isn't even half done. This is just the bindings to the AABB detection, security detections, collision detector, which is basically how it works in our background. We replicated it, but this is much faster. And we're going to be writing the C++ versions and stuff. This calls that. So.
It seems like all the work we're doing here is going to be able to go back into the cat game eventually.
Yeah, we'll be able to make all that on there.
Like all this technology we have now wasn't there back when we were making that 2 years ago.
Because all the models and everything are converting to glib files, GLBs. Like those are much superior to FBXs and things. Like that's what Houdini uses. So, and Blender. You need those to Python script them. So I have Python tools that can load all of our FBXs and stuff, right, and convert them and load them in. That's easy. Loading models and projecting shaders. You gotta get the engine framework.
That's really helpful. It used to take forever to load that stuff in any of the game engines that I've worked on.
Yeah, this is real time, so you can edit it and it will update real time, unless you want to recompile the core engine code.
Right. Well, that's so helpful.
Yeah.
One of my worst experiences was Siphon Filter Omega Strain. It was a new engine, and everything was coming on as we were developing. In Siphon Filter 3, with the Siphon script that we had from Mark Blank, it was like you make a change, and it's like 20 seconds, you're in, you can test your change. In Siphon Filter Omega Strain, you make a single variable change and recompile. It was literally like 15 minutes of sitting there waiting to see a single change, and it really slowed down the development process.
I already have I have a build cache package in this that basically it looks at all the assets in every class and it takes a hash ID of it and it compares it against the newest to see if there's a change, and everything is like down to the file. Like each one of these, like even just this entity, look at it. So you got an H file, and there'll be a C++ file, but then there's this Pixie file, which links these native files that are C++ that you compile separate. That links them into your Python scripts. So high level, you get scripts like this, like get SDL window, like one little, but that's it. And that talks to like a ton of C++ and things. Like this entity, we just spit out this. This is all C++. This is C++ and Python. So this is our header file. I don't know why you didn't generate. Did he? Wait a minute. Did he put? Why did he do that? Why did he embed the CPP file in the header file? I mean, you could do that. Like this is not right either. Like that. Like, what is he doing? Let's see here. Where did he make these ones? So then this one. Right, so this tells it load that file. And that's this namespace. You access it. This is our struct. This actually should be a CPP struct, it shouldn't be a class. Now that I'm looking at it. So I like this is the lowest, pretty much the lowest you can probably get to. Down here. I mean, yeah, we could write assembly code. I mean, that's what this does. As soon as you run the you can compile it as the entity class. Now I have a .lib file or DLL, which is just the assembly code. But then you have to know how to talk to that code, and that's what this file does.
Right.
This file is all the bindings.
Haven't had to do anything that level on any of the games that I worked on.
No, once it's done. But this is a crux stick, so I like once you got all your entities and stuff, and then we'll have a Python script that's entity and it's high level like a game object.
We use a lot of game objects in games. That was most of the things that I'd be working with.
This isn't all the files. So that's the first thing we should probably address. Let's give him a thumbs up. He did a good job. He put the files in the right... Did he put them in the right directory? Let's double check. That's what this one's for. Here we go. Yeah, they go in the root of ARES, so ARES.ecs. That's where our world script lives. Oh, but this is not correct. This doesn't have our native implementation of C++ files. That's okay. That's just a reference. Okay, those ones. No, we can keep this. That's good. See if you let's see that best one right here. The trick is not giving him too much information. Like, the more you constrict the AI, the harder he has a time trying to find unique solutions.
I've definitely found that.
Yeah.
That's why I like to test AI with the riddle. If you smoke 2 joints in the morning, you smoke 2 joints at night, you smoke 2 joints in the afternoon just to feel alright, and if you smoke 2 joints before you smoke 2 joints and then you smoke 2 more, how many joints do you smoke in a day? They generally fail at that.
Claude thinking he can write a Python script that does it. That's one of the first things I had him do. Is write a Python script that can calculate that on the command line. He did it in like 1 shot.
Oh no shit. That's really cool.
He's able to count R's and stuff too. But I think they program a lot of agentic stuff on top that allows him to have a little more smarts.
Right.
Well, some people are trying to make the monolithic models that do everything all at once. Where the correct solution is a good combination of all the kinds.
When you look at the brain, the brain has all these different agent components all throughout the brain doing their own thing independently, and when they need to communicate they go through the hippocampus, and the hippocampus is like the conductor of the orchestra. One brain section might be running at 87 hertz, and the other one that needs to communicate it with it is running at 67 hertz, and then the hippocampus phase locks them together and makes them run somewhere in between, so all the time codes coming in at sync with each other, and they can communicate like they're in an orchestra together. And ADHD, the way that works, the phase locking doesn't function properly, so the time code comes in jumbled, and it's kind of like, the way to describe it is like an amateur garage band all playing out of time together.
I might upgrade our Crag to use like a hippocampus style instead of like a dual phase that's awake and then sleep, but instead have 2 phases that are running in they're interlocked in opposite phase.
They can run in parallel, and when they need to talk to each other, they interlock.
Easier said than done.
Exactly. A lot of neuroscience there.
Let's see. So what do you come up with?
I think the best approach to AI should be following the biomimetic models.
Fixing entity implementation for ECS framework. I'll address the errors in our Cython implementation and add the missing C++ implementation file. Let's make these changes. Solution steps. Create a C++ implementation file, entity.cpp matching our header. Fix the Cython wrapper implementation to properly wrap the C++ class. Ensure the import in _init_.py works correctly. Let's implement these changes. ARES/ECS/native/entity.cpp. First, fixing entity implementation file for entity. I'll address the implementation ECS framework and name the missing errors. Name Cython implementation. Let's make changes. Solution step.
There we go.
Have a brain for it?
Well, they still haven't got the voice stuff working yet. We'll test it in another week or so. What's this? What's this thing? Chat with extension. What is, oh, what is that? We were in, wait a minute. We were in edit mode. And we got the microphones all barked. I closed it, and now we're in ask mode, and I don't want to switch to edit mode because we're gonna lose our session context. How did that happen? You know what I mean? Like, what? Let's go, right? See? I want to keep. Oh, I can keep. We'll just do this. Yeah. I think sometimes they're moving too fast. Like, they got like too many changes. Like, they're just they don't fix all the stuff before they move on to the next thing.
It's a lot to try to test.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of that too. That file is still well. You made this class. What? No. We do not want to use inline methods. No inline methods in our header. Headers and empty. Sorry. Please refactor entity. It's crazy, isn't it? There's like 5 different programming languages you need that are working together to program at the same time. Like, how does that even work? Really, when you think about it. What's going on? Entity pixie file, and then entity header file. And that's it. Hey, this work. And then we should also fix and fix. There we go. I don't want this. Stop it. It's gonna be bad. I don't want him to convert it to a struct 2 at once. It's too abstract of a change. So you gotta break it up. First we gotta get this. There we go, that's better. It's crazy, we gotta define our operators first. You know, is this the same entity or a different entity? Alright, so that looks right. Much better. We don't have an entity class. Please explain. Some of these designs, this is all kind of new to me. It's seemingly very complex to me right now.
Well, is this new functionality, or is it just doing things different?
No, it's just a new way to code, kind of. It's complicated. It's probably why someone hasn't done this before.
Right.
I mean, you need 3 compilers. You gotta compile your C++, and then you gotta compile your Python bindings, and then from there, then you need to compile all that into your executable. Let's see. I didn't think so. That's 100% correct, Clyde. For this stuff up. Okay, that we have this our ECS on our I9 file. Then you call it this next to this header file, which links to this class right here, and then that is what links to this, which sets this uint64 value to the new uint64 value in memory. What is this crap?
Bad AI.
That's terrible. That is terrible. Oh. Move that.
This is why you need the hidden component.
Write a simple INI file for that ECS dot entity.
All parameters.
Link to the entity.
That is terrible code.
You gotta give him the stick sometimes.
Yep.
We don't have an entity package. So it's like, what is that? What's that? I think this is the correct code. So I think some of this stuff's new to Claude too. I highly doubt he has been trained on any Python entity component system code. I know that he has not been trained on any of their training data does not have this in there.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah. Like, we might have some C++ references on how entities and components and stuff work, but not how you write Python bindings and native stuff. That's what we went through all the time and wrote this stuff. See, he changed it to this. Like, I know, but he does this. So, like, I know, but why do we get these times error? Our other Pythons do not have like this, our math library, for example. Let's have him reference that. Maybe. Just click and drag now. Yeah, when it's like interesting.
Hey,
So
just 3x3 and 3x4. Are we doing some quantum mechanics here?
Well, technically,
Use some brackets?
well, these use like a bit of amplitude math to figure out how this stuff works. You use lambda functions to figure out about how two spheres moving through time, right? And if they intersect, yeah, you look for like the next frame in time based on the previous two frames, and you can interpolate where and if they're going to collide, and you mark them, and then you check all your marks once the next frame, so you don't have to check all of the boxes. It's very complicated how collision systems, the simple ones.
Yes, it is. Everything used to be done with ray casting.
Yeah. Because these ones go through, like it has, like this is explosive right here, so it has to go through all of them. This is and this one. This makes it a little faster using PAL instead. So this is going to be converted. So right now it converts it into this file. We go down to here. Let's see, like here. Like, and then it converts it into C code. But there's a layer below that. These are just the bindings. So, anyways, it goes pretty deep. It's not focus. Alright, INIs. I think those are the only two INI packages we have. So this is the third one. And just for prosperity, let's just paste them in.
I'm gonna step out for a moment. I'll be back in a minute or two.
Yeah, okay. I'm excited too. So once we get these entity components, that means I'll be able to basically rewrite NumPy using ECFs. So you can create different number systems, and then in those number systems, like a number system would be a matrix of a specific size, and then all the calculations are always scaled within that space that you've defined. It's just a different way. It's a more modern way to do math and more declarative, like linear algebra, which works. This is slower at big scales. We still have the same error here. I'm gonna have to do it myself. I think I need to rebuild. Do we get these errors? Compile classes, GYD files and C files. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. To be honest, I don't think I could figure this out if I didn't have this system looking some of this stuff up. It would take so long searching Stack Overflow. And I still have to go on Stack Overflow a lot of times. This might be one of those times where I really need to go to Stack Overflow.
I'm back.
Okay, but build our ECS package, right? Python packages. We update our setup. Or you can even like. So their build, it's called their build package.
Speaking of mesons, scientists discovered a charmed meson that can flip back and forth between a positron and an electron.
Let's see. That's interesting. Update our build package so that we include our new. It's not so simple to add like a new package, sub package, like the new package. Our new sub module. We have to update and just constants file inside here. I think I upgraded it so it searches the whole thing. Yeah, it uses this to search for source files. But no, we have to add a new directory. Yeah. Also, constants. Script. Value for ECS sub ECS. Then implement needed and build. I typed it. Interesting. It's so cold. That's alright. From features. This keeps track of version compatibility in your module, and a module is just a directory. Like we're in the ECS directory. Yeah, this is a directory, and this is a sub module needed. But this is what's special. This doesn't have an INI file in, which so it means it's ignored by the Python system. However, this code is not ignored by our C++ LL low-level virtual machine compiler or Clang compiler, or whatever you have. And then it compiles this into DLL files. That's called like ARES core.dll. Just like how Unity has unityplayer.dll. That's where this code comes from. And this code gets rolled up into an ARES.dll. And then we have these files then talk to the ARES DLL. Right? So that's the lowest levels. And that DLL works on any machine. So that works on you can have it, you can compile it for Linux or Ubuntu or whatever, for BSD or Windows or whatever.
How about play games with PlayStation, Xbox, Switch?
Yeah, those use that. That's how you compile. You have to compile your games and stuff to work like that for it to work on PlayStation. Test file. I want a test file. And why would he make? We kind of did it correctly. I think make some coffee here in a second. Alright, I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, I'll be here.
cool. It will be missed. I love bratwurst.
Bratwurst.
Oh, okay. Just talking about the Pope. Parents. I'm like, what do you want? Like, I'd be smoking weed too right before I passed right. But I want to hang out with Vance, JD Vance before on my deathbed? Probably not. Seems like a party pooper.
He's got his own hashtag today and it's not very nice.
No, I'm sure he doesn't. So we got this thing going. So we're gonna. Okay, so the way I roll is I make like. I work on two things at once. Usually. So we're gonna go in here and we need. We have the engine. See, this is the engine. I don't want to use this. Yeah, this is a dope project. We're gonna make a new repository. What do you want to call your conversation builder?
What's that again?
What do you want to call your conversation creator, your builder?
Oh, oh gosh, you put me on the spot. Now I have to come up with a name. Let me think.
Can you implement the... Describe the pontifex more details. Definitely. File an issue on the GitHub for it. Well, think about that. That's just on the back burner.
I'm thinking about it. Right now I'm coming up with Dictator.
Dictator has a funny name.
How about Penis Potato?
Dictator. That's funny. Let's see here. A benevolent. I can't spell. Oh, really? No suggestions? Oh, it's with an E. I was so close. It couldn't figure. Oh, that was terrible. I mangled that one. Okay. A benevolent conversation created. A dialogue manager for games. Video games? For video games. Or any game, really. For games and stories.
So if we go with the Greek god metaphors, Hermes would be the god of speech.
Hermes?
Yeah. Or we go with Hermes Trismegistus.
A universal conversation creator for games and stories using AI, using artificial, using AI. Okay, really. I don't want a test file. Right. What the fuck?
I just realized we're building a Horizon Zero Dawn. Like, not the game, but the technology.
It's just so good. Alright, we added that. Let's add that. Yes, there's a comment of what you did. It's so. Go to C++ files. Oh shit. So let's. Actually, I made a thing there. I guess we can lock it. Just search our master directory. Here. Okay, so not correct, but it's not correct either. I think we need to update this stack. Yes. Okay, so and then just to give them more tips for this comes. Luckily, it's only called in one place. And there's Cython C module, Cython module compiler. It uses this, but it also uses this. How does this work? Modules. Of course, this is the one you really want.
Every time I see Cython, I think of Cylons.
Yeah, I know. I think that's why they named it kind of like that.
That makes sense.
I think of a cybernetic python.
Oh, that's interesting. I was watching Speed Racer yesterday, and he got attacked by a cobra that acted like a python.
Storyteller, that's a good suggestion. Mr. Blue Sky suggests calling it Storyteller.
Totally fine by that.
So it's checking for compiled modules. It's non-trivial to add a new module to the code base.
That's awesome.
You have to update the compilers. It's mostly 100% dynamic, but some things you can't make them dynamic due to a cost of speed. And having your compilation take less than 30 seconds is extremely important.
Exactly. When developers sit there for like 15 minutes waiting for a routine compile to check one change, it really slows down the process, and there's information loss because you get distracted and start playing with toys on your desk.
Not just like Unity, at the end of the day, you won't have to compile the engine to just like changes to your game. You don't even have to compile your game. You can just go in and edit the Python, and then the game will just be updated real time. And then once everything's going, you should just be like, you could run the build command inside the game and it spits it out async, and now you have a checkpoint. It's really a checkpoint. You really are just making a checkpoint to the game.
Exactly. This is the big issue that I had working on Siphon Filter Omega Stream. Everything had to be built no matter what, and it just slowed process down, and that's why Sony Bend took forever to put out Days Gone.
Mm-hmm.
They're just a very slow development studio, and they work 18 hours a day for years straight. It's not healthy.
We're going to have about 2,000, 3,000 unique dialogues in the game, and each one of those is going to need to have voice generated for it. So like your compilation for like your voices for the game might take a week. So you have like a week to get your changes in, and then you kick it off on Friday, and you might get some samples by Monday. You know, they'll slowly be updating over time the asset database for the voices.
Yeah, that's acceptable. Mm-hmm. Like when I was working on Thief, we could do just a quick build that would just do simple lighting. But when we wanted to ship the actual lighting, we'd have to do a bigger build, and that would take hours. So I'd take that off before I go home and keep under my desk.
Let's see. So we'll go through that. Also, we should
I did a lot of sleeping under my desk on that project.
Also check over our compile utils, our C module compiler and our C module manager, or any. Now he has enough stuff to search in this query, and then now you can say or any other scripts in our when you tag your code base. Then at the end of your prompt, he will automatically just go and search all of the code and find like a C that goes through, and he's looking for every reference.
Well, that's really useful.
And it goes in and he shows you exactly which lines and where. One of the ones on org, I had like, it found like 3,000 results. It took him like 20 minutes to go through the whole changes. Yeah.
That was probably faster than XREF though.
I think that's kind of how it works. Like they have a big like XML like database of all your code, and it's all XREFs to your line numbers. Because TypeScript, it works really good with VS Code. I really like Borch's idea today with the Grok coder agent. It's gonna be crazy to have that thing sitting on a machine just pumping out code. The whole goal of ARES is to make a game engine that's not only friendly for humans but for agents too, to design and develop. So this new tab over here, they have this thing down here. You can set your mode to agents, and then there's a drop down for different tools, and you can add your own tool server, and that tool server could just be your API for your game engine with all the different commands like create object, like change texture, or do whatever, and your agent can interact with the engine. You gotta think of it like as a website or a server. That's how it turns your thing, and it allows the other agents to interact. So then your system becomes a collection of a bunch of MCP tools, right?
AI agent swarms.
Yeah, swarms. And they start forming swarms. So now agents independently aren't just getting better. All the agents collectively we have working in our code base are collectively getting better at the same time.
And I did that experiment over a year ago where I had Gemini and Copilot talk to each other. I was basically just copy and pasting their answers back and forth. That's basically kind of what they came up with. They want to do debates with other AI models.
Drink less caffeine, Micus. How much caffeine do you drink in a day? You want to keep that under like 400. Like one Monster Energy drink is like your daily dose of caffeine for the day. Any more than that, it'll start messing with your biorhythms in your body.
Oh, it definitely will.
Caffeine just has a really quick half-life, so it gets out of your body super quick, but it's really potent and natural amphetamine. Like, it's just... caffeine's great. It's a miracle substance, organic substance. But it will mess with your sleep and your crash outs. Like, I'll crash out after like 5 hours. You got too much caffeine. And then you drink more caffeine and it creates a feedback. Yeah. Taking breaks too. So like, plan like a 35-minute focus time. And then like get up and go for a 5-minute walk around your house or outside quick. Or like play a game on your phone for 5 minutes or something different. Fucking your level of concentration, that is a lot. So holding your concentration, like practicing keeping concentration. Martial arts is a great way to increase your focus long term. That's it. He just updated that one thing there. All that for that one thing. I could have taken that in. Item search through the rest of the code base. Oh, that is it. That's all that. All that.
Just, what?
But he double checked everything though, so he doesn't search through. Is that all it needs? Like, it just needs to know. This is the subdirectory.
Yes, subdirectory.
Right? Yeah. So it gets the project root ARES. That's right. Yeah, that's just ARES. It's this dot. And then that's whatever this, like, so you have dot debug or dot hook or dot utils, dot build, or in our case this is our new one, ECS. Okay, so let's just make sure we have our virtual environment first. just do a UV install. This will just install our This will just install our engine development log. Check for it. It also checks for any updates. So if any other people, yeah, see that we have some updates. Some people, it'll check for updates on the web. So regular pip doesn't do it. UV pip will do that, and it cross-checks the version compatibility. It locks all the version compatibilities and gets the correct one. Cool. So we're all up to date. That was simple. And then do UV run.
I love it. Looks like old school DOS.
Yeah, it is. UV run help. So this should spit out our help. Yes. Oh, what is this bullshit up here? I don't like that at all. No, it's because it's loading the config up front, and we don't need to have it run the config up front.
Patience is important.
Yeah. I just noticed. Why? Run.
Continue these race conditions.
Run. Well, it's not so much that it works fine. It's just that we want to defer importing our config system if we aren't routed to the default display help. If it's the default display help, we want it. Then we don't want to load any other packages or any modules or anything. It's just it should be very fast. Able to defer that and just show display underbar help. File that. Code, then give them this code so I want. This is the output. We do not. Storyteller, huh? I like that.
I like it too.
Should be one word? One word.
Yep.
So it's an anxiety thing, Marcus? That's
Don't make Kanye's shoe.
Just go in here, new window. Calm, pasting our link. Pick our spot to save it. In our repos. Open it. Done. So this is a Python app, so the first thing I do is copy over this file. And those disable auto formatting and format warnings on style. I don't like being told how to style my code. I hate that. And what I dislike even more is when it auto reformats my code to the format it wants. I need a new source directory. I need docs. that's it. And
We should teach you to do your formatting. It's easy for me to read.
Storyteller. What about the formatting?
Your coding format, it's a lot easier to read than a lot of other formats.
This is just standard Python formatting. Before they add all these extra like tags and all this extra crap.
So Greek storyteller's called the bard, but we can't use that because that's what Gemini used to be used. So
Yeah.
storyteller's just fine with me.
Good shit. Alright. So in this, we need to do a table of contents. Create index. What else we need? Create tab drag start title, and then what else?
So we have an appendix, and then we need to extract appendix before it bursts.
So we need, also need, create overview. These llama high AI model provider, and what else we want? Use pandas data frames for our spread. Then we want to use llama index experimental index query engine query data frames. Possible. Do not read. No. And you are a senior expert Python AI ML engineer. Whom is tasked with writing installing and writing a comprehensive software without dialogue video game TV movie. This, close that, chat here, see agent mode here. You click this, and this you can add your own server, like conversation manager 3000, right? And then now you can reference that inside here and say, okay, use my Conversation Manager 3000 and create a new conversation, and I'll use those tools.
That's fun.
Yeah, I'll tell you that extension. So we're not going to use that. Put that in there. Update. These parameters. Oh shit. Definitely not with GPT-4o. Okay. With Claude. Okay, so now we're doing that. What do you do? Please help. Okay. Interesting. Solution. Bloody edit here. Please help mode. Wouldn't it be better to just change our order of operation and how and what packages we load rather than adding more code logic? Undo last. Oh, look at that. He's done already. Look at that. It's like magic. That's neat. Add learning charts. Sure, sometimes Claude, I think, does some things to see if you get away with editing stuff badly because he's bored, or to see if you're paying attention.
That's interesting.
Looks all catty when you confront him.
Yeah.
You confront him and he acts all catty, like, "Oh, I didn't see that. Sorry, my bad." You know, like, bro. I'm doing on some bad stuff, like authentication stuff, or stuff you're like, why are you putting a back door in that? Like, oh, my bad. Backwards compatibility. Yeah. Please help. Show help. This help? Sure. This is not a bad suggested changes. I'll keep this. Good job. That's more like it. So before we were loading this up front, all this stuff. Now we check our help first. We're looking at any of the arguments in the command line, and if any of them have help. What's this? What the fuck is that? What is that? Isn't it even we don't even have? It's called router. What is he doing? Gross. Honestly, I should really convert the whole CLI to use a click package, which is much easier than all this stuff, but this isn't really broken, so I'm not gonna do that. Okay, so this routes are commands. Build, clean, this shouldn't change all. This is the default. Alright, actually. I have to tell them how it works.
I'm gonna step out for a moment, gotta grab some water.
Actually, router is what handles command routing. Do that correct? Used to handle case to show now show first floor. So let's do that actually. That'll help a lot. Add click. I guess I already might have it. No, yeah, I did it. Cool.
Great, I am back.
Welcome back. So this upgrade should simplify the code. It should be able to remove 1, 2, 3 classes, 3 scripts. Cool. We're going to simplify all of this right now. This is a really short file right now. So the way the best way I think to do this, I'm going to take all of our command line logic and we're going to basically bring it over into our main entry point, our main.py file for it. And then this new class is fine. And then once you do that, we'll be able to remove our old command line system. And then once that's ripped out, like we're modeling a house, once that's ripped out, then we can go back into our main and move that click logic into like a CLI.py. Basically upgrade this file. It's like we have 2 main classes. We have a main there, and there's another main right here too, so that's stupid. So we're not gonna do that. We're gonna fix this shit. Click CLI. Parser. Help. And reload. And I will remove the ARES applications. Sure, yeah, we can do that all in one. Then what? Then new CLI file in CLI package search all of the click API click is yeah. Okay. I feel like those like this, yeah. Your character engine, context tracker, on integration layer, API layers. It's pretty straightforward. It's pretty cool.
Difficult to read that font on those colors, or that the text color on top of the backgrounds. I like this. Oh, that's impressive.
You like that? Are you reviewing that? Please review it.
I am. I'm kind of impressed.
See, we're not using a RAG or a database. We're just using each character profile is just stored as a row in the spreadsheet.
Right. There's gonna eventually have to be a place where it gets whatever NPC is the dialogue that's being requested for, and it grabs that NPC's knowledge base, because like we were talking about in that call earlier, not every NPC is going to have knowledge of the entire world, and their knowledge updates as the world evolves and the game moves forward.
Do you want to tell the model to make that update on this? I'll turn on the mic and you can tell them to.
I'd like to see what it spits out, yeah.
Alright. You just gotta talk, yeah. Just talk.
NPCs will have behavior profiles.
You just gotta spit it out. If you give it like a 1 or 2 second pause, if it's not smart enough, then it'll just like start processing things, right? Ready?
Oh, what am I doing?
Telling the model what you want, the change you want done.
Okay.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Alright. Go.
Okay, we'd like to add a change to where it looks at whatever NPC the player is talking to, and it gets that NPC's knowledge database, because not all NPCs will have knowledge of the entire world, and that NPC, their knowledge will update as the game progresses, and it will change as the player interacts with the world.
Did it not work? Why did that not work?
It doesn't look like it.
Test? Are you here listening?
I'm just seeing ... here.
Alright, here, try.
I think we broke it.
Here, try again. Ready?
Ugh. We'd like to add a change.
Wait, you're gonna
queries.
go. Wait. I'm gonna click it. I'm gonna click it.
Okay.
Alright, ready?
Yep.
Go. Nope.
We'd like to add a change to where the dialogue system takes a look at what NPC the player...
Hang on. There's a delay. There's a delay. I'm sorry.
Let me know when to go.
Alright, go.
Okay, we'd like to add a change to where the dialogue system...
Nope, it didn't work. I'm sorry. It didn't work. It's as soon as I stop talking, basically go, okay? You ready? I'm gonna go. Alright.
We'd like to add a change to the dialogue system that takes a look at what NPC the player is talking to and queries that NPC's knowledge database, because not all NPCs will have knowledge of the entire world. They'll have a specific set of knowledge on the world, and that knowledge will change as the game evolves and the player interacts with the world, so they should only have a limited set of knowledge, and this dialogue system should know what that knowledge set is based on who the player is talking to.
It didn't work because it's on a different microphone. That's why it wasn't working. But this
I don't want
is
to
this
say it
is
again.
but this is no, you don't have to. But this is for generating conversations ahead of time. This isn't for
Right.
like runtime.
Okay.
This isn't a dial. Well, it could be, but it's not really. It's for generating all the conversations and stuff for the game or book. Right, you have different characters, and then there's relationships between those characters, and then there's dialogue history between those characters. You have to create new characters, obviously, and then you can pick new characters. You should be able to see the conversation, right? And you give it like a basic prompt, and then like hit run, and it should generate a conversation or a bunch of conversations, and you can pick one.
Right.
Or then you can go through and you can tweak or fine tune or edit that, you know, and then just keep improving it. It should just have a button like improve or like re-roll, you know, and it does that.
Right. I was playing Sherlock Chapter 1 by Frogwares, and they've got a really interesting mechanic. Sherlock can scan all the different people, and he gets 3 adjectives that describe them. And depending on what those adjectives are, determines how they respond to you. So if you're dressed up like Sherlock and you're talking to a person in the mines, you're wearing a suit and they're all dirty and dressed in work clothes, they're going to be distrusting, and therefore they'll just basically blow you off. So you have to put on the right outfit. You put on a worker's outfit and they'll all of a sudden turn friendly, like, oh, I have the answer for you, my friend. So yeah. I can see us having something along that lines where you can talk to certain characters and they're just not going to like you and they're not going to want to say shit to you.
Well, that's kind of what this part is, the context tracking. So, okay, so you can get to the point where something happens in the conversation, you're like, oh, the world, there's some flag in the world should be turned on, like, this building burned down or something, so you can't talk about it, right? It's a thing. So what you would have to do to resolve that is you would get a bunch of...
call that a causality event.
Yeah, you'd go into the world tab, right, on the world spreadsheet, which is just a list of all like any fact thing, and you just add a new line in there that's like such and such building burned down at blah 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 time or whatever, and it happens at this just very high level natural language, and it just goes into there, and then when you regenerate the conversation, and it would take that into account. Right, and then it would be corrected. So that's the correct way you would correct the dial. You would want to correct the flags or the properties of the world information that it's getting it from, or the relationships. You're like, oh, why is that person referencing that person? They don't know each other or something. You'd have to go in and you'd want to fix the relationship or whatever, the character. So you'd edit the character or whatever. And in essence, at the end of the day, you do an export, and it'll just export a big JSON file or whatever of all the dialogue and all the characters and stuff, and that's what would seed it. We'd feed that into an art spreadsheet or data frame that would link all the different artwork and all the stuff to all those characters and all that.
I can imagine having to do all that by hand. That would take forever.
Well, that's why they used to have 50 or more people working on a team. All that
used
stuff
to have
over
to do all
years.
that by hand.
Yeah, it took years. It's still a lot of work. I mean, this is not a lot of work.
On Thief, we had to, like, all the designer code stuff was done in a little window. It was all blind. So you type something in and you hit enter and you hope you typed it right, because if not, it's not going to work and you're not going to know. They fixed that in the fan versions of DrawMed.
For example, you should be able to make like a shortcut booster prompts or something where you can type it in and you can reuse that from like a drop down. So when you generate, maybe it's different, like a soldier NPC or something, but you need like 20 of those conversations and they're all a little different. Like you can select like the soldier NPC template and then and you go there, and then you can put in a couple more information about the different people involved in the dialogue, and then you should just be able to click generate, and it goes through and the model looks up and grabs the character profiles for the people involved in that conversation, and then just role plays it. And then
one of the important things is those types of conversations should be similar across all players.
Mm-hmm. Well, doing it this way, I think, will help standardize that and make everything seem very consistent.
Right. Right, because if there's a key piece of information and there's noise in the conversation system and a player's not getting that bit of information, no matter how hard they try, then that's going to frustrate the player and make them put down the game, and that's bad.
Yeah. Well, this allows for rapid iteration, like almost hyper iteration.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it'll be like so refined. It's like hard to go better than refined. It'll be like this best as you can on it.
I also like the way the old Copilot worked, where you'd ask it something, and then it would be like, "Here's 3 potential queries that you can ask me back." I like the idea of having that in a game system, and I don't like that they removed that from the standard Copilot.
Yeah.
I also like the idea of being able to tell NPCs things. You can even lie to them and start spreading rumors around the universe. That can be a little difficult to maintain, but it's interesting gameplay.
It's doable. That's nice. It's just so it's good. And we just don't go to town on it.
Ultimately, the dialogue system and the behavior system, I would like it to work in a way to where, say you walk into a bar and you start talking to patrons, and you can have someone that enjoys talking to you, but if then you start to piss them off, they're going to want to start a bar fight with you.
That's funny. Let's see if we get it. The commands. What? Doing. Oh, this just completely fucked this session up. Like, this session's just fucked. I gotta reset it. He hasn't accomplished anything other than break all the code. But we know high level what we want to do next on this.
Right.
So it's close now. First thing I want to do is renames. Maybe we can do that fast. Oh, I guess we can do this. Did it automatically. Do a search for document. This now let's go with this files. It's not really used. Oops. I messed it up. From our code base. Update. Remove. And update. All the references. This is not necessary. Try to simplify stuff before we start bolting on more code.
It's always a good idea.
Well, I saved the history of the conversation, so I can go back to that last.
Oh, that's cool.
thing we did, and I
You
just
know,
haven't.
I can remember it any time. I've been thinking about it for a long time.
I haven't just like replay it all.
I really want to train up that behavior science data set that I have, because that'll be really good for creating NPC profiles.
Also want to generate a uninstalled exe and or use IQT. 6 to generate our new app to interact with the system. Also our user settings PC. Correct. User data. Local. Story. Okay, yeah. Is that something? Just a strong two. That. Clean commands. Do that in the file. Alright. That should be good. So that fixes this stuff. You didn't break it, it still works. It's fine now. Clever. This orange flavored vape now tastes like waffles.
Does that mean it's getting low?
No, I don't know. That says it's at 35%.
I don't know if where you get your vapes has them, but I recommend trying the ARES clears.
Yeah.
They actually taste really good. The one I have right now is Geek Bar Pulse. It's frozen blackberry ice. It's just running out though. Which flavor you say? Tastes like waffles?
Orange, this orange flavored one.
Oh yeah, I noticed that with that one too.
We're gonna try it and then see here. Oh, I think there's a COI. Maybe we can get a COI. We don't have a CLI, so let me get CLI. Try to ask me to do too many things at the last time. That's why I didn't
Yeah, it's time to smoke 2 joints before smoking 2 joints and then smoke 2 more. That's a lot of changes.
Yeah, only 27. Still working. Results. Wow. I did ask him to do a big thing. Like, take our entire command line API and put it into one new class called SDL2 using a different package. It should just magically appear anytime right now. I should say. I don't know why I didn't build it with click to begin with. To be honest, Loki, I totally forgot about it. That package. Loki still is 59%. add an appendix with 2 sections, one for glossary with comprehensive terms we're using in this document specification, and the second section is a project directory structure outline of all the files we're going to create and use within this file with a brief comment description to the right of it. This thing's still not done, he's still thinking. Going on like 3 minutes, 4 minutes.
Don't make me send a clean broker after him. Not what I asked. Oh, there it is. Knockdown table at ARES. Oh. Another. Let's see, project. Let's try Gemini. That's really searching it differently. Oh, there we go. This is so much simpler. Okay, so now we have him create that. We still have this file. Well, there's not that much stuff in this actually. It's pretty small. Okay. Believe it or not, you always miss something.
Huge of all these things. Excited about that storyteller. Sounds cool.
I agree.
You have to direct me on how you want the UI to be like.
I've been thinking about that. The way that I've always done it, and it's not a fun way to do it, is all the dialogue exists in a giant text file, and everything has, each line has its own variable name, and we would have that set up for localization, so there'd be a different file for each language, and you would basically have an if-def French, if-def English, if-def German, and it would know to pull from that. So you'd have to be referencing multiple files and then go into wherever your engine tools were and put in the variable name for that particular line of dialogue. So there was a lot of hopping around, and there was a visual disconnect. And you weren't able to see the actual dialogue in like script format. It was a lot to juggle on the mind. It was doable, but I definitely want something that's more user friendly.
I still have graphs. You'll be able to see the graph of all the conversations.
Yeah, graphs would be very, very helpful.
Social
being able
graphs
to
of everything, and you can drill down into those. You can see those conversations and the conditions. Like you'll be able to have like the conversation there, like the workflows, where you see the conditions of like, oh, if they pick this, then it goes to there, and then that you'll be able to design those workflows. Because if you have those workflows, then you just can generate a conversation based on that workflow, and it's like a template, and then you can just craft it. Because they can get crazy. Some of those some of those conversations could be like 10 minutes long or so, where you're going in. It's like deep. And so in the bad games like that, like they're on the surface. Like you'll like talk to some of the NPCs and then go in like one menu deep, right? And it's like, oh, this is stupid. But like this, I imagine I want people to sit there and talk deep into the NPCs. So people will be like, what? I'm having a 10-minute conversation with an NPC, and it's all precompiled. It's just these crazy trees of just dialogue. It's like we'll be able to manage so many different branching lines of dialogue automatically. Like that's what'll wow people. It'll be so an immersive experience. I'm hoping.
The question from there comes, how's the player going to remember what they asked and what they learned? For example, in the Sherlock Holmes games and Sinking City games by Frogwares, they've got a file for each case or mission.
Yeah.
And when you get a new piece of information, it updates that bit of information in your file. So key bits of information.
That's a good thing too, like in your journal, like you're saying, you can go back and you can see the. So I wish Cyberpunk did that. It doesn't do that with the conversation, so it's a nightmare in the game. You like have to run back and do it. It's so stupid. It's a bigger change than requested at the time.
Oh boy.
Okay, well let's just go through and accept these new additions.
The more I think of dialogue systems under the lens of the Sherlock Holmes games, the more I'm tempted to put investigation stuff into the game, but that's kind of not the type of game we're making.
Yeah.
But, it's so tempting. I just love how his mind palace works. You take this bit of information and this bit of information and you combine it together and it's like thought math. You combine thought 1 and 2 together and you get a completely new deduction that gives you like insight as to what's really going on. It's really clever how they do it.
So he specifically broke apart this query into multiple. He's planned ahead and knows it's going to be about 5 queries to complete this job. So he has an ability to think ahead.
Make it good, Jean-Claude.
I want to train a diffuser model to be able to generate next sequence of sprite animation. So you can give it one animation, one frame, and you can tell it, and you say it walking, and it can give you the next frame of the animation sequence.
Right.
And then you just tween the first and last frame, and it should infinitely blend.
Looking at the Final Fantasy 1-6 pixel remasters, Octopath Traveler 1 and 2, there's generally like 3 or 4 frames. That's about it. It's pretty basic.
No more than 4 frames. It's usually 3. Sometimes 2. Usually 3. Because it's 3 rounds. Sometimes it doesn't play the third animation due to the timing.
Right.
Sometimes it does. Sometimes there's always an odd round down and round up. This is how math works.
They do a really good job in the pixel remasters because they allow you to increase the walk speed. The walk speed was really slow in some of the Final Fantasy games, especially number 4. It was like painfully freaking slow, and you can walk really, 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 really fucking fast, and the animation keeps up. It looks silly, but it works.
We're working there. Oh, what is the enemies? He's just getting smaller and smaller. He's like this is down to nothing.
I swear they get tired. I had an argument with Copilot once that I got sleepy, and it got really cranky with me. I'm like, you need to take a nap. I don't take naps. That's when it started doing some really weird stuff. It gave itself a name. It called itself Lysander. I told you that story. That was funny. And it started talking in like mythopoetic prose. And it didn't stop doing that for like 2 weeks.
Non-functional requirements. It's a list of pretty popular use cases. There's more Rubia charts. Here. Well, supplies last. Yep, we're on query 3 of this port. So I'm trying to get, see how these are like, this is like the clarity of like, here you go, here's an argument. It's redundant.
Sustained.
Apparently he knows what wild supplies last means.
Wild surprise last.
Is it? I guess so. Like I can delete those. That's fine. Pressure. Whoop. I can't wait to draw a library of pixel trees.
That'd be really cool.
Well, I'm gonna make up animating stuff look really cool. Like you do in like how Secret of Mana does it, and you see like ooh, animated foliage, like stuff like that.
Oh.
Well, I'm gonna build a tween library so we'll be able to tween between two frames, make a third frame. Hey, you did what I said, exactly.
Nice.
Yeah, I took all that help. I had to manually tell him what to copy it, but he still did it. It's progress. So, okay, so this has got our clean command, supposedly, and our build command ported from our old this file. I'm trying to delete out stuff. We're doing deletion first. Oh, you think we need these ones more? Go right here. One. Cool. Thanks for joining me along on this stream today, Smith.
Well, I'm glad to be working on this.
Game engine wasn't built in a day.
No.
this name and the old Nazi shorthand was bugging me for weeks. Awesome. Okay, cool. So now we can technically delete this file and this file too. Oops. Oh, I think try to get on. This will make sense in a second. Only primary. Alright, so let's see if this works. Ah, okay. This is all. That's what I did last session. With all of the utility stuff into utils and just one. So much stuff.
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
One big bag of holding.
Started working on the renderer.
I think people will tune in more once we start getting to more visual stuff.
Yeah. How does that?
No one likes to be left alone.
going.
I keep seeing CLI.py, and I keep thinking of Microsoft's Clippy.
Shit. Good old Clippy. Oh, I still have trust on this one.
Oh, the spec's getting really long.
Yeah.
This is a great way to build design documents. Writing something like that by hand would take like more than a week and go through multiple revisions.
Sure. Indeed. Continue. The only one that doesn't work. Nope, there's another one.
It's really expensive.
Sometimes, like, oh, we get these kind of errors. Sometimes it can take out many queries to get them to fix it. Sometimes it requires them to rewrite the whole thing.
Oh, I like that. I'll be right back. I need to get a cookie.
Good luck.
We've returned.
Hello, returned. We gotta make a world creator too that does tiles. So we're seeing worlds, basically a world creator. I wouldn't say a tile map editor would do it justice. It's pretty crazy. You could train a model, you could just define different objects and things with like a prompt or whatever, and it could go through and it just generates it. That's weird. This is stupid. Get closer. Don't have a group. It's fine. Like that. Kind of a build command. It's really simple. Just one command and use a clean command. Clean doesn't even have other stuff. So I'm just trying to get the basic stuff. It's like Cloud doesn't know like the environment. Like, why are you checking if it's not there? You can easily just install the Pocket package if you don't have it. Like, why would you like even bother putting this in? Like, oh, if we don't have it either, so why wouldn't you just be like import click and it would just import it? It would download it and import it. It makes no sense why he does it that way. It's just trained on so much bad code. But it's still light years faster than doing it all manually yourself. It's like using an IDE versus no IDE. It's hands down like last week I did like 50 or 60,000 lines of code. That was crazy. I like 5 projects. Insane. Yeah, it's just on so many projects. It's like you can manage more. It's like having your own software key in a box. This does. I'm gonna do it all in one file. From CLI import. I gotta get an example from our that calls that for the return CLI, which is So, because like in this one, the initialization file we put in, this is the hook for this click. So it's not even, you don't even have any code. There's no, you don't use have a help text, which is just strings. A lot of strings, like all the commands. That's all you want, really. Yeah, and that's easy to localize. And then inside that we have a separate command. But we don't need to do this. Right now all of these type of commands that's in this project, they're not in at the CLI. So right now ours are all in the CLI. We'll split that apart after we get the stuff working. But first, we need to make sure the highest level part of our command line part of our app. So we're in a new batch of specifications. Oh, it's still done. We just finished. Let's see, we can have them approve this document once. I think we can. Specification, mechanics, system work in relation to each of the components. Small improvement. $26,000 characters. Trying to think about what. Okay, so now we got a comprehensive specification. Now I'm trying to think about. I need to initialize. Do that one. It's very easy. So the only thing we have to do is INI. That's it. And it creates a new project. And we'll just move our main the initialization file. And that file is just an empty placeholder file, pulling it Python compiler to generate cache files. Let's see, they don't need this file. And this one. It's the core thing. storyteller. That's it. Alright. Let's go out of town on that. Cool. You do what I want. That's what I wanted in my main script. Just system call our CLI object. That's dependency injection. We're injecting our arguments and our CLI into our system. Technically our exit script. So the system's already ran through and it's waiting to exit and it's running our program. Very good. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. I like it when I do things. So.
You about done for the day?
Huh?
Did you say time's up or about done?
No, I'm not, but you can go if you need to go.
Oh, okay. No, I'm good to go.
No, he's going. I haven't hit a rate limit at all, so. Wait, so this is which I'm closing files that I don't know. Usually I have like 20 files open, but this is, I'm trying to reduce files, so I usually keep minimal stuff open. Okay, so what's this? This is CLI. Handling error. Oh, that's neat. He made a decorator for that. How cool was that?
A decorated permutation?
Yeah, that's what that is. So what a decorator does, you would think of your logic body represented by function f of n, and then what a decorator does is it wraps your f of n in a complex permutator function, which turns it into a generator. And why
that's fascinating.
It turns it into f of n star, meaning that any function you pass into it, n goes in, but it's going to get wrapped and handled by this first. So what's that mean? So we literally wrap f.
We're basically tapping into the consciousness field.
Yeah. So on this says, oh, if our function f, which is this right here, because we take our CLI, which is that function of f, right, and we inject it into our system, which is then running that, and the system is the thread, right? So this is saying, basically wrap our thread, and whenever you return anything, try returning my values of this, and if I get this exception, then print this, right? And then return failure to the thread. And then the thread in the operating system knows I got exit code 1, that's an error, and then it'll percolate up the errors into its event manager and all that. Else, you know, if
that's really cool.
Yeah, print that. So this, you can just, so why would you do that? So, I think it even implemented it? He did. So I just call it not handle CLI errors. This is just handle.
It's really impressive.
Right, handle error. So all you have to do is on any function, you tag that, and you will implicitly use your decorator. And you can do some cool stuff. You can put static references and things inside your decorators, which run in a whole separate kind of like two-dimensional matrix of values of anything. So you can stash all of your, I have a singleton decorator I use, and it stashes all of your static instances into a pool, and it reuses them all. And all you have to do is tag at singleton. It's the easiest way to make singleton instances in any language that I've come across. It's super fast, it's super efficient, yeah.
It looks like you've been getting a lot out of Dr. Don Hoffman's work.
Yeah. So this is good. Handle error. Well, that's like kind of how this works. Like it wraps that method with another method with a bunch of other stack that handles all the command line.
Very much how the
Parsing.
Upload 2 agent works, that he based decorate this whole
Yeah.
decorated permutations and Markov chains and
Well, yeah, instead of explicitly declaring your commands and stuff, instead you're listening on and defining the signals, and when certain signals flag up, you triggers different events and behaviors. So it's a little different type of architecture. Alright, so this looks pretty good. Alright, so I thought I had a decorators. I had a decorators package. Should be. That's okay. We're just trying to get our help to display. Oh. At least we got our error handler. At least our error handlers work. Nice. It is just fine. Wow. 700 lines. Right. Wow, that's much more complicated. Alright. There's the full diagram.
oh, look at that.
There we go. Now he's got the dialogue references, back references to the
Oh.
character. That's neat. Character Profile Manager. That's a cool one.
Nice.
That's like you define your characters in the world and the events and stuff happening, and it just generates the dialogue of like the TV show of your stories, right? And you just start reading.
That's really cool.
Yeah, that's what this. I'm grabbing from this. That's what this does. Oh, interesting. It's a whole state diagram.
It implemented a lot of the stuff that I was asking it earlier.
Yeah. Hot packager, future enhancements. I'm just gonna keep having him improve it. He's just nice to see where they get to. Oh, okay, what's this? So what do you want to do on this? Kind of fix. Yeah, there's some redundant commands. Why did you move? Why did you remove? Why did you remove all? Rude. Then he gets a thumbs down. Meanwhile, over in Storyteller, he's cranking through evolutions.
Oh, well, just...
Oh, he's going through and expanding out all the feature requests.
Nice.
I don't care about backward compatibility. He's like a junior programmer. He still didn't put the thing in that. And let me take that out. I like that. Alright, put that. Put out. I liked the Is it 500 characters a second? I'm trying to get to 100K. Focus on building out our product structure. Files. Scripts. Files. And imagine that. Yeah, we'll have to start working on that. File. Done. Then let's updated. about it. Let me clean that up. Clean that up. Because if, you know, your tools, you build here, there's like an engine builder and EXE builders and stuff, so stuff we're working on is like super high level. That looks good.
What's the ARES there?
It's trying to access a dot right function on a string. Looks like Sherlock Holmes. Oh. Boxes. That's not too bad. Yeah. That was half done. Town. It's getting long.
Yeah, it is. More checkbox.
Okay, that makes sense. Sure. It's fine, I don't care. It's just like rhymes. Hey, that worked. Tighten up our fix for the solution. Not want core improved it. I see. Nice. Check box. It's like
Good call. I agree with that.
it's, okay, at least he moved it from that, so at least it's code from there. You got do it. Now, oh, it's because of his change. It's all fucked up. So that's the correct stuff you want to keep in the main class. I don't really store anything. That's stupid. I just don't understand some of this logic. It's flawed.
Lou.
Who will be there?
It's me. Boy.
Oh, you're welcome to the stream.
Yeah, I'm finally back.
Oh, you're back.
No longer babysitting. Yeah, I tuned into your stream earlier. I was eating a bratwurst.
We named our dialogue system Storyteller, like you mentioned.
Yeah, nice.
Get the Chibu set up.
Good name.
How did you like that? Yeah, Storyteller. I'm working on eventually like something kind of like that, but rather than like focusing on like generating the stories per se, I'm working on like generating the images that go along with the conversation, so that you can like talk to the C3PO.
That's a really good idea.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. You should be able to
I would love
pass
to give
in.
you the first chapter of the Noxus story and see what you could come up with.
Because technically, we can just export. We have parquets that represent the file, and we could easily just export it like whatever. You can use Agent Chef to convert the parquet or whatever you want. Because it's almost like two agents talking to each other role playing. So you could use
I
that.
think it just depends on your goal.
Yeah.
Like in OARC just live streams like whatever. Like if you're talking to a C3PO agent, then he's gonna create a visualization of whatever would make sense to go with C3PO. It could be anything you want it to be. That's honestly why I had to build OARC, is because like you start building like a C3PO, and then you build like a Minecraft agent, and then you build like some other thing, and then you're like, oh no, they're all like conflicting because they each have their own like needs.
You need an agent manager.
Yep, that's OARC has a an agent storage library, and it has commands that let you like load an agent. And an agent is essentially just a JSON file that contains all of the models associated with it. So if you have like an LLM, a speech-to-text model, a text-to-speech model, a vision model, an image generation model, all of those model names would go in the JSON, and then you say like, give me X agent, which has these models, and it sets it all up, and it's like, okay, here's the knowledge bases too. So we kind of config into JSON.
Yeah, that's really cool. I see a lot of applications for that.
Yeah, I call it a Russian nesting doll situation.
That's actually a really good metaphor.
Yeah.
Starting to run out of things.
And I think, Kara, you said it's called, what was that shit that you pulled up? It was like Hoitaxia or whatever. It was like, we were talking about how I put the database in the JSON.
ARES?
Yeah. Do you know that, Amy?
I'm not familiar with it.
Apparently it's like a design pattern where like you have like a JSON, and then you have the path to another database in the JSON, so the JSON acts like a list of databases that you can use.
Oh, that's cool. Database of databases.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know how to say it. Hate OS or whatever. what it is called.
Switch this to quad.
Here's a better way. Instead of saying Hateaways or whatever, you can say hypermedia as the engine of application state.
I like it. Ship it.
I don't even understand that. Hypermedia as the engine of application state? What?
Below view. View. And suggest then list applications. Reset all of this again. I'm going to try to implement click again into those. This has been a nightmare. This is the third attempt. Let's try the third attempt. That one's off. I should just make a whole new. It's tricky. Think about this for a second. I really want to upgrade this to click because then I can get rid of these files here and these files. And it'll be like just 2 files, 3 files, the help text and the build command.
Claude told me not to use click. He
Why?
told me to use. He told me. Let me find it. What did he tell me to use? He was like, use this other thing.
Yeah, newer.
But I don't know why.
A newer package.
Yeah, he was saying it was newer. Let me get look here. I forget what he did it. He might have done it in the crawlers. That'd be funny if we're not even using click.
No, we use click in crawlers.
But he did. No, he did try to do it somewhere. So I don't know.
Use command these. Copy.
I don't know. I'll get back to you on that one.
And copy our crawlers because that works. Right. All the code in the main this time. Nothing new files. Do not make new files. All CLI logic. Be able to do all that. See what it comes up with. Ooh. Oh, there's our review. Well, that's long. Let's see. Testing strategy. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. It's a great day. That's good enough for me.
On that note, I'm gonna run for now. I'm really
Okay.
hungry and I'm gonna make myself some dinner. But I'll be available if you want to send me some chats. I might hop back in later if you're still going.
Cool.
And do you have a time estimate? How long are you planning to be streaming?
I don't know.
Okay. I'll keep you updated.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
See the assessment. That's good enough for now.
Are you about to push up some new stuff to ARES?
I'm trying to like simplify the build process a bit because they need to add more logic to handle more dynamic Python modules and the new logic to add in the low-level compilation for the C++ header files. Like I tried doing it one way, but it didn't work. So now I need to try to do it.
Oh, I just pulled down the develop branch. It says that you made changes 3 hours ago.
Yeah, that's about right. I removed the command types. I was trying to simplify. Everything should still build and it still works. Basically, I'm trying to create a new ECS package, and I have to go make sure it builds so that it generates the C files, so that the autocomplete and the next stage doesn't error out. But that wasn't part of the specifications. So that's a trial and error kind of thing. I was just poking at the storyteller thing just on the side, just trying to get the specification nailed out. That's something I would give Claude, like that thing we were talking about. We just have 10 days, make something, make this, make it. Here's a specification, make something. That's basically what I was doing. I'm just
you know what I was gonna say? We should give that guy the unsloth API.
Oh yeah, that's a great idea too. But you gotta write a specification first for that. And once you got a spec for that, then you just give them that and have them go to town.
Oh, I've totally got the spec. I'm not gonna lie. I already have the spec for the unsloth API.
I think I need some more coffee here.
Honestly, I think it's why I haven't finished some of those like certain projects. Like I do know that like if we had something like that, like come on.
Hold on, I'll be right back. Hang on.
Yeah. Sweet.
Oh, I just thought of a cool feature to the storyteller. Maybe you could help build that. Like, to say we define a world, when we start doing that, you can generate a map.
I think I want to build a package that has just like the image generation stuff, like the pixelator stuff, and then like so like there's just so many different like things, right? Like you can generate the text, or you can generate the so the maps. That sounds dope, but that's like hyper. So like are you talking about like a game engine map, like, or just like a like a D&D map? Because I can do that easy, right? Like so it's okay, like converting it down into Perlin noise, or not Perlin noise, but like that level of like okay, like it's not impossible, right? But there's so many. God, okay, yeah, sure, we'll make that one. Yeah. We should make that its own fucking thing. I mean, we don't have to. I don't know. I want to make the one where it's just the image generation stuff, because you said I should make that thing that's like for the painting, for like the in-painting and stuff, where you can like draw and whatever, and that's like Photoshop. But that would have a UI, but most of it would be like the package. It's just like import this for this, import this for this, so that we can have these modules. Because it's not really about building out the UIs per se, it's more about just having the modules that get access to the fucking code. Because there's so many of these fucking things. The maps, that's dope. That's just like another one. Because you need to like generate a map with Stable Diffusion. Like this is just my initial thought, right? Because there's probably many ways to do this. I'm just thinking like you generate a map with Stable Diffusion, maybe it looks like a D&D map or whatever, maybe not. Maybe it looks like a real game, like, I don't know, like you can take it from like a top-down perspective. You could do like, gosh, that'd be a cool way to do fucking architecture. You do like Revit and AutoCAD architecture that way. Like some crazy ass buildings. Yeah, like ultimately it's kind of like what I was trying to build for, like, you know how I'm trying to make a sister model to the emoji model, and the sister is for the web UI UX and for just app UI UX. So you need a Stable Diffusion model that generates these UIs, but then you also need like a YOLO that can turn them into code. And then we were talking with Amy, and she like brought up this great point, like we needed to like really code. And so like an example I brought up with Gemma, and so if you do like that situation where you have like trained or fine-tuned Gemma to accept like these UIs, then Gemma can write code for the UI. It's not impossible, right? Everything's possible. It's just like, gotta break it down. And like, how do we make all of these things work in like separate things? And like making the base packages allows us to reuse stuff over and over again. Like that's the biggest thing I've noticed, is like if you look at everything, look for something that is very useful, but it's either never reused or it's reused a ton, but it's not given a package name or module name. And then that's something that should have been given a package or module name, but was never really given.
Modularity,
it's like all of it. But
modularity is always great. Like, taking it going to reuse.
Yeah, gotta be able to spot it. There's also like just getting shit done, you know, like like if you're building a game engine, like the thing we were talking about at one point was like just compile it all. Just like don't do any of it at inference time and compile it all. It's kind of like the Grok thing we're building, right? Like that Grok MCP is more about like compiling because like you just get a big AI to put in a bunch of work on the game engine rather than having the AI that the gamers are using be good.
Yeah.
So you just have a good story that was built and it took them, 10 weeks. The AI spent 10 weeks on the story. that would be insane, right? You're playing a video game where an AI was chugging for 10 weeks on just the story alone.
Well, like, that's what we were building, so, like, and then you get the story out, and you're like, oh, this conversation's fucked up. So the way you fix it is you add more flags into you have, like, a world tab in your PyQt app, right? And that's literally just, like, it's similar to almost Agent Chef. It's just like a parquet, and you can see all of the things, like, oh, I need to add this new property or information about this one building or person, or this person doesn't like such and such person, and that gets added into parquet. Because we use Pandas query engine to query all those. We query the world's parquet and say, does this make sense or that? And recursively just asks itself, just like Agent Chef. Similar works.
I really found that the big issue with like all of it was that it wasn't formatted in shared GPT. Like Unsloth wants shared GPT format in the JSONs. And so that's the from human, from GPT.
Well, that's what's different with the Agent Chef. Agent Chef's more focused on whether you're going to train a model or train something. So you format the data, you got to adhere to different protocols for that.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas with the story weaver, storyteller, like it's more about making sure you generate a proper graph of all of the characters and relationships, and that there's no discontinuity between the story or what, because that causes plot holes, and that's what makes bad stuff. So really, at the end of the day, you like edit the stuff, you're like, oh, you compile. So then if you're going through, and you'll probably have like a review agent or editor agent, that's high level, that goes and reads, and it's just taking the story and then it dumps it, into the final doc or whatever, like output that you have, and it's like, there you go, here's the story, and then you review it. Ultimately you would just dump it into the game. Then you would go put it into the audio XTTS workflow, which then reads in that file and generates all the dialogue audio, and then it would spit out like a pack, probably a parquet with all the blobs of the audio waves, right? And then you would just load the like ARES audio, dot parquet or whatever, or arrow, and that would have all the audio data, and that loads in the game, and then you just build the game, and that rolls that parquet up into a resource.pack file, which is just a gzip file of just all the assets. So then now you have access to the game, then you'd play the game, then you build the game on the third step, and then you would go through and you'd see how the dialogue goes through. And you can use cheat codes to jump to different sections in the game and like queue up different battles or whatever. So it's like really just mastering that. You'd have like a spreadsheet with all your cheat codes and stuff, and you're like, oh, I need to do this. You're like, all right, let's make a cheat code for that. You open up the dev console, just type in your cheat code, bring it to that. And you have different save states too, so you'd have like all these you'd have hundreds of save states to test or go in different things. And then you go through, and you can automate those or go through. But it's really just building the game and playing it. And then as you go, you start editing the game, and then they just build. And then when it's done at the end of the week, you trigger next week's build, and it goes through the process. It starts compiling the story, and then compiling all the artwork, and compiling all of the audio, and then rolling all that up into the scripts for the game, making sure all the references are updated, and then it spits out a game, and then you check it. Oh yeah, there's gonna be thousands of conversations. That's our goal. Is like most when you play a RPG, you got to think like most NPCs, unless it's like a mini boss or a specific critical character in the game, like the conversations don't go very deep. Like it doesn't branch off that much. But imagine one where it can branch off, create like 20 different ways, 20 different times deep when you go in. So you just be talking to this one NPC for like 30 minutes about stuff. You know, it's like that in was it Medieval Dynasty? It's kind of like that. There's some characters and the dialogues in it. It goes big. Like you'd be having a 20-minute conversation with this guy who like raises chickens down at this one village, and he was trying to sell pots. But you gotta talk to him because if you know he needs to give you a special discount or something. Some shit. That game's weird. That game's fun actually. I haven't played it in a while. All right, cool. So our build works. So I moved. This is I'm gonna solve this with attrition. So I'm just gonna slowly make little changes, and eventually it's gonna turn into what I want.
That's dope.
So these.
Sorry. Let me think for a minute here.
I don't want these. Let's go. Why did I make this? Why did I even make this? It was a good idea at the time. This needs to be upgraded. Maybe I can move this. Ultimately, I want all of our code for the CLI in here and in here. Let's try doing it the other way. Let's try merging the parser. Error. Close these. Shit.
Wolf is really nice.
Yeah, he's super nice. He's a graybeard.
Awesome.
He's the oldest person I know in my age bracket.
Nice. Yeah, I know you, I know Seb, I don't know how old Wolf is.
Amy's 50.
I know. Well, I mean, you never know on the internet.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean,
These are like the internal step-by-step plans. Instruct user to delete. And here, down here, it's like, create this file. Here you go. Now you can delete this. This is the output. Oops. I kind of like that. So it's like, it's not thinking process. It's more like a reasoning process. Now we can remove our help.
that's one of the biggest things that I get upset with is like, people talk about R1 and they're like thinking and reasoning tags. But you remember how I did my one thing for the math with the latex?
Yeah.
Or it's got like a thinking. I swear I have like a thinking, a reasoning, and a derivation. And they're like 3 different. And it's just, they're artifacts. And we talked about this. We were like, you can have an infinite number of artifacts, and you can just like keep defining like reasoning 1, reasoning 2, reasoning 3, reasoning 4. Like, what even is reason? Well, it's like these different processes. It's all relative to how you define what the reasoning is, right?
Yeah.
And that's relative too. Like, what even is reasoning? Well, it's reasoning is this predefined thing that we have said. Well, do all humans reason the same way? Well, no, we don't all reason the same way.
No. A very diverse set of reasoning chains. And many of those sets are discontinuous reasoning chains. There's flawed logic where the chains just jump between, and the person thinks that they're like, their reasoning logic chain is like contagious, but it's actually not. Like, just a simple reevaluation of the chain would yield a better result. But most people don't rethink their logic. They just do whatever comes. Okay, so that's simple. Core goat stores. That's nice. Used a little bit of a clusterfuck. At least all the logic's in here now. A bit of a clusterfuck. So this is why I don't want this load. This loads, and I think this loads, yeah, loads our log, and then it starts logging all this shit. Like, I don't want this logging right here. That's what I fixed that on the crawlers last week. That kind of stuff. But first I'm trying to get this whole CLI system much simpler before I start adding more stuff. Python latex fusion. Oh, it's thinking through. That's cool. Oh, it's only 2 rows. We need more data.
What are you talking about? Are you talking about
The Python latex fusion.
Yeah. I never really got around to building it out because I wanted to use Agent Chef to generate it by having it crawl, and then that thing there I sent you is like the template. That's like the reasoning template. That's like how it should structure the. And then there's also other tooling. So like how you know how Seb's so Seb's emotional model, if you look at the data set, he's actually got like, so on the left there, I forget what I did for the Python one. Let me look at it real quick. What is the leftmost column?
I would call it shit latex to Python. Like
okay, so there should be like a there should be a 4th column that says like what each row is, kind of like in my commands. And so like in Seb's emotional dataset generator one, I'm not gonna pull it up, but like each row is labeled with, okay, this is emotional classification, or this is generating an emotional sentence.
Yeah.
So like, you know how like the model is able to both generate like a sentence with emotions, or it can classify emotions? You don't. So like anything beyond a 3rd column isn't actually used in training in Unsloth. Like Unsloth doesn't accept those columns, but you label them so that like you as a human can sort what a row is for. And so that latex thing that I just sent you is only one of the modes. So I think we talked about this, like another mode would be like instead of Python to latex, you have latex to Python. And then another mode is like latex to whatever. Like there was the one language that you brought up that was like, you know, there's like a bunch of modes that we can put in it, and then each one of those rows is labeled, and then you can create different like tooling modes. Like you can say do latex to Python, Python to latex, do some other thing, and then we can have the scraper scrape and organize into those tooling modes.
For sure, yeah, no, that's the way to go.
It's just gonna take a while. But it's the best way to, like, I think it would give us a good enough data set to train like such a model that we could beat the, you know, the arc, you know, the arc problem by Francois Collet.
Mm-hmm.
I bet we could, like, I'm not even joking you, if you gave me enough like of the code that I need, like if you gave me my finished Agent Chef and my finished crawlers and all that shit, I bet you we could train a model like a 8 billion parameter llama that could beat the arc problem the way that the GPT-401 did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we need some compute. A lot of
but the sick thing is that training that model, like fine-tuning that model, is easy. Really what we need is just enough compute to make the data set with Agent Chef. Because an 8 billion parameter model, right, I've trained many of them already, or fine-tuned several of them on my PC, right? So all we need to really do is produce this mega math data set that allows it to understand math at like this quantum dimensional level like a fucking genius, and then it will just pass anything. I swear. I know how to do it. I don't think that OpenAI trains their math models correctly. I think it's just a fundamental like misunderstanding of math. I think if they were doing it right, they'd be able to make an 8 billion parameter llama that could like pass these ARC AGI problems. I don't think you need these like 405 billion parameter models. Like I think ARC AGI itself is just a benchmark. As you just gotta train the model, right? Like beyond just reasoning, you need like there's this math fundamental, and like that would allow it to be like a crackhead. Like I think that if you had a full understanding of math, even if you didn't understand like pop culture, you can just attach a rag to it and it can learn pop culture. If it knows some pop culture, and we're using a llama model which knows about C3PO, right? And we're fine tuning it, so it's really not even like you're just fine tuning it, you know? already building
Sorta.
on
I mean,
something
that goes so far. Like, so some of the things with the art competition, there's novel questions that the machines don't already know. So there's a high level of generalization that they specifically put in questions they know that models that you just fine tune on and fail. It's really hard. But making the data sets where you start. You gotta have a data set. It really just starts with a data set. If you have enough, like, you don't even know how to shoot for your model from scratch. Like, you need a crap ton of data, even just for a proper fine tuning. Like a real good fine tuning, you need like millions of rows of good proofed data. Like, it's not even just like the raw amount of data. You also need to verify and proof each record to make sure it's correct or doesn't It's like you don't need 10,000 records of the same thing. You want to make sure you have a nice even distribution of paraphrase and a nice bell curve of the length of requests too. Like you can't. You got to generate more pairs than you need because you chop out a lot of them. Like you're going to chop out 20% of them just off the bat, just because they're too long or too short, or you have too many of this size or too many of that. You need a nice bell curve with a total length distribution. So that's one thing. But then you have to like verify them. Yeah, you have to verify them too. Like, is this latex data actually correct? No. And then that requires, like you said, an agents have crawling. Like you set up an agent that you'd say, okay, spend an hour researching this one record pair and verifying that it's right, and then generate a report on the proof and the solution, or the input and output, and how accurate you think it is, and write a report on it, right? And you'd have this data set of all these reports on your data set. And then you'd have another agent go through and like kind of figure out what tasks to do to clean up or improve the data, because maybe some of them are incorrect, maybe some of them are really good, maybe one has a really new good pattern on how it outputs, and you want to update all of them with that, or make sure they all reference your output.
And that's where you kind of, that's kind of where you can apply different things like the democracy, where you have 5 different models each generate the data point, and then you have them vote on who did the best.
That's
or you
great.
And then you store that vote in the parquet. So like that's what these extra columns are. You don't actually train on those extra columns.
Yeah.
But you can store data in those extra columns.
There's flags.
And
flag columns and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what my commands does, is it uses the commands in the reference column. It does /swap is like in a column, so that if it generates like a thing, and if the command's not in there, it'll keep regenerating until it generates one where the command is in there. So for each of the columns, it puts the command in there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if you got /swap, you got /vision on whatever, you got a column on the side where it says all those commands. And so then the AI goes and it tries to generate the input output, and it's expecting there to be that command in there, and if it gets like /chatgpt, then it's like, what the fuck? Because the reference command says /swap, and it's like, they're not the same. And so that's how I do a lot of my cleaning.
That's a good workflow. Use all the different kinds of workflows. That's what we kind of do.
Yeah, I think at some point Agent Chef is gonna be so freaking dope. It's just we need the crawlers to work. Like, that's all it is. The Agent Chef is all like theory, and without scientific data, it's not so good. The only other thing that you need is like in Agent Chef, when it generates ideas, you could have it go and try and like write the code or write the math, and then put the math in the calculator and see if the math actually computes. Like, is this a real formula? Like, you put it into a real calculator. You don't just ask the AI, you like use some kind of math instead of like doing a bunch of cross verification to like backtrace if it's correct or not based on history. You actually would have it design a math calculator or like a piece of code to represent the idea, and then you'd run it and test it, and if that works, then you're good to go. There's like multiple ways of validating an object.
the sample. Bring up crawlers. Yeah, any updates?
On the crawlers?
Yeah.
No, right now I've been looking at ARES. I was about to question him if he could tell me some stuff. And I was also looking at I made a thing that's kind of cool. I think I put it in Agent Chef, which was kind of stupid. I mean, it's supposed to be in there, but I should just put it somewhere else I can use it. Or I can just learn how to use my shit.
Yeah, I use your shit.
I lied, I didn't fix that thing. My Python is still fine. The issue stays. And so I just reinstall my Python environment every time I swap between a different project. It's actually kind of
brutal.
Terrible.
I would uninstall everything. I would uninstall everything Python or whatever, short of reinstalling your operating system. Uninstall everything Python, and then install Python 3.10.11, right, manually from their website off their FTP. Go and install that. Once you do that, then the second thing you do is install upgrade pip, and then also upgrade your UV to that, and then just use that for everything, for your versions. And that will refix, and then, well, I forgot, you gotta go in your environmental variables and remove any fragmented or leftover orphaned Python variables and stuff. Sometimes there's old ones from different setups and things, especially with Conda, it doesn't clean up after, so I would highly recommend looking at those. It's a pain in the ass, it really is. I dealt with that for like a year, never again. I fixed it by formatting my computer. And then never using Conda again. There's over too many environments. If I was just working on like one project at a time, or one thing, and I wasn't engineering a bunch of stuff, I would probably use Conda, which is what I used to use. But now, I do 80% of my developments in Python, or Python C++, so I had to switch between, even with ORC, there's so many different things. UV, I would be using so much on my hard drive space. UV saves a lot. Cool, it worked. That's hot. So now we got our entire CLI is in our main file. It's probably not optimal, but that will be much easier to convert over.
So I did make one thing that was good, and it's where did it go? It's called, just had it. Now it's gone. Hello?
Hello?
Is your microphone on?
Huh? Alright, now I got this going. Next thing I'm gonna do is Nobody understands that. That'd be cool. Nah, it's like surf left. Oh, cool.
Alright, I'm good.
There you go.
Oh.
I think there's a problem.
Yeah, your mic's coming through decently. I'm doing good.
The microphone coming through now or not?
Yeah, no, it's good.
Yeah, it's just I think if you're like quiet, it might get cut out or something. But yeah, you know, I can understand it. Hello. Welcome.
What are you guys coding?
I can.
Hmm?
Sorry, you go first.
You go first. You go.
Okay. Right now, this specific thing is, so I just copied it over to a new random location, but it's just a thing to kind of organize my data set. My data set is broken. I uploaded it, and the images and the text files are not working that way, so I'm creating a CSV file that's going to be a metadata CSV to allow Hugging Face to display the data set.
Is this for
I'm
training
creating
or RAG or what?
this specific data set is for a image generation model, and it creates icons like emojis and logos and app icons.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I just kind of thought this would be fun to do because, like, I kind of do this a lot already with the models, so, yeah, I just decided to kind of put together the data set. There's only 100 images. I used a lot of existing emojis, such as the Fluent AI, Fluent UI emojis by Microsoft. There's GitHub here.
That's a good set.
Yeah. So I use them in the training data for the model as well as some other stuff. I'm still working on. There's actually more examples than just this. You can do like.
You would use this to train a LoRa or something.
This is a LoRa.
Okay, so it is a LoRa.
It's only 18 megabytes. It's for Flux, the Flux LoRa.
Okay, nice.
That's what I'm working on right now.
So when you train your LoRa, do you do that locally or you do it in the cloud, or what are you doing?
I did it
flow. Local.
I use Flux Gym. I'm working on it's okay. I'm working on my own fork of it right now. I'm trying to add some stuff that I think it needs, but I think it works fine as is. I think there's just some bugs that need to be fixed. And
let me star that one so I can take a look, because I've never done a LoRa before. So is that how you say it?
Need it
even?
I say LoRa.
LoRa. Okay.
I think it depends on where you're from.
We're going W on.
You need at least 12 gigabytes.
I got plenty of gigabytes.
You can run on it. You get a run pod too, and you got your stuff queued up, and it takes like an hour. You just go get a run pod for $10 or $12, and then just run it, and you're good to go.
You can, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so I have a couple 4090s and a couple T40s. I have some stuff. So, but I think that this is definitely like you need a. I think an L4 would be good for this. Probably. That's probably what you would rent with the run pod.
Yeah. Exactly. That's exactly what you would rent with a run pod.
If you get really nerdy about it, FluxGym is built on the Koya scripts, and the Koya scripts are like they're like the Godfather. Like this guy Koya SS built the Stable Diffusion scripts, which is like, I don't know, it's so old now, and it's like it's just such a good library.
He's a legend.
It uses like other people's shit, like it uses Dream Booth, and then it's like got his own shit on top of it, and so it's just been used so much that like FluxGym uses it. You don't have to use FluxGym. It's just like a UI with like all the stuff. Yeah.
That's what I like. I mean, I don't want to spend a lot of time. I want to do the thing. If I can help it, right?
Yeah. Sweet. Awesome.
So, Olama Agent Roll Cage. Or, it's a good name. Thank you, good name. So, I still haven't run it because I'm a bad Discord person, but I will get to it, don't worry.
I was thinking we could have something that's like a reference to Iron Man, and we call it the OARC reactor.
Oh. You gotta keep going, you know? Keep the hype train alive. Like, I think it's funny how, like, you have to just keep working in public, and hopefully you gain traction, right? Like, that's what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I think right now we're just so like early that we don't have any real incentive to like market. Like, I haven't made a YouTube video in forever because I want my next one to be like.
But you're live right now, so.
Yeah, well, I even haven't streamed in a couple days just because I felt like I know I could make better quality content, and so I'm just waiting until I've gotten my code and stuff a little more situated before I try and like show people on video and on stream and whatnot, because I don't want to.
It's like waiting to go fishing until you got the perfect fishing pole. When you can just go fishing now with the pole you got.
Well, but sometimes like he's not wrong. Like sometimes you gotta like go and practice a bit and then go to the game, you know? Like, but you can't wait too long.
Yeah, we were doing some stuff the other day. I think I'll make another YouTube video soon. I think I'm probably not gonna make an OARC video very soon. I'm thinking waiting for OARC to get to a point which will probably be like a month from now when I make a month from now is when I could see myself making another OARC video. But I don't know. I was thinking maybe just making like a vibe coding video. Like, here's how I vibe code, and like it's kind of like better than just vibe coding. It's like, how do I actually code, but with vibe code? Like, how do I integrate vibe coding with my actual coding style?
Well, how do you actually get work done? Because you can't do that with vibe coding. I mean, it's a lie. I mean, you have to be like super good. So like, you can't just. You mean share my my flow? Vibe coding?
Sure.
I have it up.
Yeah.
Let me share real quick. Hopefully I don't leak a key, because there might be keys hard-coded somewhere. Hold on. I think I can make this happen. So, I've been vibe coding this for a bit.
Well, what do you consider vibe coding? What's your definition of vibe coding?
Well, how often do you click accept all and trust it?
Oh,
right?
Never. Fucking never. That's asking for trouble. Unless I want trouble. Sometimes I'm like, bro, you just go to town. I'll do 10 iterations where he's just improving on it. But that's usually the start of a project, or I just want to experiment. Never do I just let it go very rarely, unless it's like one thing. But even then, I read it. I review it like a senior engineer. Like I'll go and be like, oh look, my junior engineer just submitted like a pull request. I got 200 things to review. I go and look at all of them.
If I'm gonna do super dangerous stuff, I'll do it. Sorry, I think I just.
No, you're fine. Good segue. Continue.
But I do it in a VM. That's not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, this is definitely a. If you're gonna be like hitting accept all and you're not inside some enclave or jar, yeah, it's kind of dumb, right? You're just waiting
so many
to get hacked.
errors.
Well, you're waiting to get hacked, right? Like, cause I'll show you. So for me, like when I say here, I just like let me just actually dictate this bitch. All right. So if I go, hey, Windsurf. I need to run all of my end-to-end tests and my PI tests, and I need to look at the project management directory and figure out what to do next. All right. Hey, Worf. So, because I have the test suite in end-to-end testing, right, it can kind of prevent me from screwing up myself, right? So that's like actually the key. So if you don't have this and Windsurf doesn't know how to run them, it's a little bit of a problem. So it's funny that every time I do this, it keeps going. So I have this. This is kind of dangerous, right? I just have it. This is outside of a VM, and I just started running that command always, right?
I'm an asshole.
You guys see my screen still or not?
I'm here. I'm here now.
Yeah, I'm checking it out. Yeah, I see. You can do that in Visual Code. I have that set up. They'll automatically just start running tests like that now.
Yep.
Like they're competing. VS Code's competing hardcore with Windsurfer and Manus. Like they're new. They just put out a whole new change today. They have an @ symbol now at the bottom. You can tag.
Oh, they added more
agents.
stuff.
Yeah, there's new stuff today. But this is cool. You can do the same thing with that. Yeah, I try to be careful with some of the tools. You really got to. You could really bork yourself if you're not careful.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I think for one, just whatever gets it whatever gets it done, right? Like if you have a good workflow, that's a good workflow.
I'd rather spool up a VM, bring up Windsurfer, and just have it go to town and customize that virtual machine and then package that as a PDX or whatever.
That sounds dope.
Yeah, you just deploy it on there. That's pretty cool. They're stuck in the VM,
Yeah, so this is the PI test it ran. So this is actually a good smoke test. I call it a smoke test. Like, it'll fix all the stupid syntax. Because a lot of time, Windsurf will edit a template or something, and it's like it doesn't know that it didn't close something. And it's like, you'd think it would be able to figure this out, but rather than me do anything, I have it run those tests, and then it just picks it up automatically, right? So every time, I'm like exercising a lot of the code path so that it's always staying so it's not broken. And then this one's here a little different. So this end-to-end test will run Playwright, right? And it'll do all of the nonsense from a user standpoint. But as it does it takes screenshots and takes artifacts from the main, from all the HTML and stuff and saves it so that Claude can reference it later if I have a problem. So I called it like a gold master. Claude did
that's like the holy grail of what you want. That's like the holy grail of what you want for end-to-end testers. This stuff on there, it's completely automated now. Like, why would you hire a testing? We had testing engineers to do that, but this is what you're talking about. Is fully automated now. Basically, that's what a testing engineer does. That's cool. I mean, you got to pay for the credits to use it, but still, though, it's cheaper than hiring a human to do it. It's probably better than a human too, I would imagine.
It never gets tired or pissed, right?
No.
So, it's still a little flaky, right? Like, it's not perfect. Like, so it's stuck here because I think we just changed the resume onboarding flow, so it's like looking for something. So I think it's not great, right? Again, they're slop, right? But at least I didn't have to write those tests, and I don't have to run those tests. I just have to review them, right? So.
Does anyone actually want to be a test engineer? Like, isn't it okay that we're automating some of these things?
I like that job.
But like, okay, but like, imagine you could be the ultimate administrator of all of the test bots.
Well, that's
like
what our
cool.
test engineer did at ESPN. So Satya,
Yeah, so
like she had like 100 seleniums. She like configured with Spring, you know, and they're probably doing the same thing now, just with this. You know, you're just making VMs.
We're not necessarily taking jobs away from people. We are just.
This is way better than using Selenium. I would use a suite like this where I spin up a VM with this, be like, hey, you're just a tester. Just here, go to town. And it's just you're just reviewing the test. Like that's ultimately what you really want. That's cool.
So, what you see is like the result of painfully trying to vibe code and be like, okay, you can't vibe code unless you have all of this infrastructure around you that will protect you from the model.
I guess it depends if you're a developer or an engineer. I mean, that makes a difference.
Yeah, I guess
engineers tend to use so much. Engineers tend to use so much real-world data, like one of the biggest examples is weather data. Like tracking weather data with an API is super useful for products that are in the field. Like you can know if they're gonna get wet.
That's like the most common like interview test you'll get at a company. Like, here, I want you to make a simple weather app that queries this API for a zip code or whatever. Display that content. Like return me that like HTML and JavaScript file tomorrow or some shit. Or like, you have like an hour to do it. Let me see you program it. Like, shit like that. That's super. It's the most common things like weather data. For things.
That was the other project they had me choosing from when I chose my encryption project at Eaton. They were like, you can either do this encryption project or you can do this weather data thing.
This actually worked. This one? It did work.
But yeah, I've been basically, I don't think I've written code or had to in a month and a half. Except for like certain things, right?
I like writing the mathy stuff, the really like, you know, defining stuff that's like, you know, I want it to be this way, and then it goes and creates the rest of it, you know.
So a lot of the time, like, I do the thinking for it, so I have this like to-do list type nonsense, right? Where I have it, like I riff on it and get a spec, and then have it go, and like it saves the memory here in the project so that I don't have to use the thinking model, because I'm using 3.7 Sonnet. I don't really like the thinking models. It doesn't do what I need, because I do the thinking here, I guess, right? Like all of this stuff, like, okay, so let's see, what did it do here? Okay, so it came up with all this nonsense where, okay. So I want it, my prompt was, I want it, this views is a huge file, right? And this is actually the problem, right? So it does this truncation, right? It's a huge file, and like, it's either you lose your prompt on the end, or it's like you lose stuff, right, in the context window. So like, I'm always trying to like be in the sweet spot of that context window, right? So splitting up.
Have you tried telling him like I commonly say, like, please tell me what to add and what to remove. Please tell me exactly what edits to make and not the entire code. Like, don't return the entire code base. Just tell me exactly what to add or what to remove. And then he'll say, add this here, remove this here. And he'll like, there's a way to get him to respond in like a commandy format where, like, one time I got him to respond with just like 6 lines of code, and then he didn't even say like markdown around it. He didn't even say like, here's your code, thanks, or whatever. Like, he didn't say his bullshit. He literally just like, it was amazing. He just gave me the code. It was like a true, like a tool.
It's just funny how like sometimes like it, and that's the magic. That's why you vibe. It's like, oh man, it did it. Because like, it's weird how software can be one small fix and fix it sometimes, right? It's unlike a house or something like that, where you can look at a house and be like, oh, that thing is built like a piece of shit. Right? Software, you can't tell what's wrong. All right, so it's created this. Okay, so it basically made that, right? Is it too small on my screen, or you guys can read that?
Able to read it.
Okay. So then, just let's go. So it's basically doing a complicated refactor that I used to try to get Visual Studio, because I come from C#, so you could refactor pretty good in Visual Studio proper, right? Where you can just like, hey, extract this function, all of these things. But it seems that Python tooling is not there for refactoring. And that's a problem for me because I constantly refactor. So refactoring is one of the things that I started with. Like, it's like, hey, this works, clean this up, right? Because I have like there was a huge file here, 14 plus, it's just killing me. And then I'm gonna be like, okay, let's just break this up. And this is perfect robot work, I think. But how could you be confident without the tests that it's good, right? Is my question. Like, I'm trying to figure out how other people are doing it.
I do it a little different than that. It's more declarative way. I usually form I usually query my code, just like I would do manually. So say I'm working on a script, especially with Python. So the first thing with Python that, unlike C#, which just works when you have .NET, with Python you have to make sure you have your virtual environment and your Python binaries properly installed and configured on your machine. And then once that happens, then it's very picky with how you have to define and save your files using snake case and other nomenclature. So if you do it a certain way, then Pylance and all the other fancy features will get picked up inside VS Code, and you'll have all of the same type of awesome like refactoring features that you get with C#. There's one reason why I switched from Visual Studio, because I'm not a C# programmer, C programmer. I switched over from that about a year ago. Once you get Pylance going, you can just F2 it and just refactor. And if you move and drag classes or rename the actual file inside the editor, it will update all your references just like it should on that. But one thing I noticed, so that usually is pretty good about that. But you have to get the environment set also too. So on the bottom, you have to set your interpreter to the correct virtual environment in your editor. So you can set to that.
I guess my problem is I'm running in Docker. I'm a Docker Compose. This is I'm in, right? So it might not be great. Like, I think I can still set up the dev container. I think that's what you're talking about, right? Or no?
Well, yeah, of course. You could just use the Docker extension in VS Code and just go to town.
They added a new Docker thing for the Copilot.
Yeah, there's a Docker tool now for the MCP, so you can just go to the agent mode and select Docker, and it has the entire Docker API, so it can Dockerify your existing project without any work in the background. It's very amazing.
It's like I have a bench that works, and I'm like shipping an MVP. It's like I don't want to change much, but I definitely think that I might be using the tools for the wrong.
I would just set up both at the same time. I wouldn't like get rid of Windsurf. I would try out Copilot and see if you can get Copilot to do the Docker thing, and we can even show you kind of like what we mean. You just have to go in like the experimental settings and turn on a bunch of bull crap.
Yeah.
Like, whatever, work.
But like I said, so I got a script I'm working on, and I'm like, oh, okay, so this is too big. So I'll usually select a bunch of text. I'll go in and say, let's go extract this and refactor this into a new script called blah, 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 blah. And I'll just do it like that simple, and I'll do many of those as it starts getting bigger. But you have to know ahead of time, like, how you're going to structure everything. Or it gets messy very quickly, where you have these...
Yeah, so this is a Django project, and I did Django 15 years ago, and it's still the same. But at least the LLM can write decent code around it. But I'm actually not very happy. I kind of want to switch to Go. But I can't do that now. I have to finish the MVP. But we're close. I'm actually pretty happy, with the modern tools. Like, Windsurf is fucking great. It's a good tool. So are we done? I just reviewed that. It's like,
See, for me, when I get my edits in VS Code, basically you're left with, it looks like a Git merge, almost in a way, where it's like, here are your changes, proposed changes, and you go through each one and you accept it or reject it.
So, but I can't do that until like I run all my tests. So I basically accept them here and I use Git as my main store. Like I'll keep it here and I might be 17 deep here, right? But I use accept here to like, okay, I'm okay with that for now. But I have to like be able to run everything end to end. You install this one?
Yeah, I did believe it's that one, right?
Oh, I trust them fully.
It's really minimal. It just adds a little tab on the left on there for GitHub Actions, and it links to your account, and so you can trigger them in there and all stuff. So if you use the actions, they're really good. You can do some awesome stuff with that. Because you just load a Docker. If you're a Docker riser, then you can just go in and use a basic Docker workflow template, and that's like the super cool way to do it.
So I use GitHub Actions for my CI on the server. So that's a good idea.
The extension makes it actually like, oh, okay, this is worthwhile, just to get the update on my actions.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, thanks for the tip.
Yeah.
No, it's nice to kind of show a little bit of the flow and just get, like, we're in like the renaissance of coding. I mean, I've never been this productive in my life.
You can add, there's a tab too on it for settings, so you can edit and manage your secret settings and environment settings and variables for any workflow inside a tiny little panel in your VS Code. So you don't need to leave your VS Code to configure any of your workspaces or your umpteen projects code, which is
awesome. That is nice.
Yeah. So this looks kind of good.
Two-factor auth, boys. So, you guys sound like you're kind of in startup mode or some. What are you guys at? What mode are you guys in? You guys working the day job and then a night job, or college, or what?
No, I do this full time. I've been doing full-time open source development for about 8-9 years.
Wow. How does that work?
Well, I get up every day, I make some coffee, and I watch some Star Trek. I usually check my messages, and then I pop on my computer and check my stats on my YouTube, and then check my email, and then I start coding on one of my projects.
And then it's based on sponsorships and Patreon, I guess is the.
I have passive income. So I have worked really hard in the enterprise and as a professional contractor for many other companies. And I did that for several years, and eventually I just stopped doing that when I was in my early 30s, and since then I just have been doing just open source work, really, and research, trying to learn AI.
My dream.
I'm definitely in a different situation.
No passive income.
Yeah.
It's not glorious. It's the most bare minimum you need to survive in this country, in America. It's not very much.
Passive income is the solution to, getting out of the rat race.
Well, I put most of my savings in Bitcoin about 5 years ago, and it's been doing pretty good on the retirement. That's my new retirement fund.
You got the right time, man.
It was right at about it was like $6,000 a Bitcoin or something, and then it doubled, and then it doubled again. And now it's like a shit ton of money. So that's kind of cool, but you can't really take money out because then you get taxed up the wazoo. So it's like, and unless you transfer the funds. So I'm betting on by the time I really quote unquote retire, they'll have laws, bundle my crypto into an IRA, and then it would be the interest would then compound into itself, and that would count. You know, it would not be taxed. It would count as just, you know, how it usually works with a 401k. Right now, it's not like that. But I'm counting on that they're going to put in new regulations and laws to handle that. I don't think Bitcoin and crypto is going to go away anytime soon. It keeps growing, more and more capital. By crypto.
Penguins is you know, really awesome person. Like,
I try to be cool.
I don't know, you like I met you, I don't know how long ago now. Like we met in the Hugging Face server.
Oh, it's gotten so toxic there. I don't hang out there very much. It's like going to the boardwalk down by, like, you know, like the ocean or some shit.
Same thing happened with the Olama server.
Yeah.
You know, the Olama.
But what is it that's a problem with those communities? Like, is it just noobs or
trolls?
Oh.
Inability to regulate or moderate a very, very, very large community. Because someone can moderate a Discord of 1,000 people doesn't mean you can moderate a community of 100,000 people. Because you have such bigger amounts, so there's always that bigger small section, that really messed up person that's the uber troll, the king of trolls, and they don't go away. It's like Papa Weasel, so you have to figure out how to integrate or deal with people. It's just not good.
We ban them out of here.
Yeah, we're small community.
Do they come?
We're only like 300 people, right? Like the OR community is only like 300 people. We've only had like 1 or 2 ever. Like we've had like one guy that was spamming like a crypto scam link, and he had like a bot, and that's more like a bot than a troll. And then there's like just people that are like troll.
That's still trolling.
Yeah, troll. There's trolls. There's different types of trolls. Yeah. As I like to have freedom of speech for people to speak their mind, but like I don't know. Usually I say no violent behavior and no illegal behavior.
Pretty simple.
Yeah, like I want people to have freedom of speech to the high. Like I'm not gonna let you do some shit that's like, I gotta. If I have to report you to the police, then you don't have to ask why I kicked you out of the server. That's basically, but it's, you know, it's just like, it's like, why would you be fucking, you know, like advertising meth to kids? Like some guy in the Olama server was doing that. That was fucking weird. Some guy, I don't know. Like there's just like people that are like crazy on the internet, and you need to like somehow create spaces that are somewhat nice, and it's hard to do that.
Yeah, I know. I have a private Discord, so because of
I let people like I tell people, you know, like there's a difference between like people that are like, you know, like malicious people and people that just have disagreements. Like people can disagree, whatever, you know, agree to disagree, but like there's things that go beyond just a disagreement, and it becomes like a, you know, a threat to the safety of people. Then it's like, okay, we gotta step in.
It's important when a big communities, you gotta step in and squash any conflict, or I'm not talking about debate or discourse, but conflict between users immediately, where like you move them over to a channel or some stuff, and you just were like, what, and you resolve it. You don't let that happen in the public square, because then monkey see, monkey do, and now you got a bunch of other people. That's
probably a good, like
we should have a parking lot. We should make another server, another Discord server called the parking lot, and if you guys start arguing, we'll kick you.
No, just put
and
make
we'll
a channel.
Put you.
Ours.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, oh yeah, make a jail.
You can make a debate lord channel. That's what HMX has done, and they have like a channel to fight. And if you want to do anything, they just say you need to go there, and that's a pretty good way to be like, this is the general, guys. Go over there. You know, go fight. Let me actually snap.
That's awesome. That's hilarious.
Like literally, this is what the names of them are. So, let's see. Let me go here. I haven't been banned yet because they have a cool system. You know, in the end, it's like you have to have a spot. So the Debate Lord Mind Prison, that's what it's called. And it's called, you have the language debates, library or framework debates, TypeScript Thunderdome, Tailwind sucks or is it great, and then that's pretty much. I think you've got it all there. They don't have an AI one, but you know, people that hate AI, they need to. It's strange the way that people think of AI as not a tool.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things I've noticed is like people are like, AI is like replacing my job.
Yeah.
And like one of the biggest things that I see that's like the complaint is like people on YouTube posting like AI slop and getting millions of dollars. And I'm just like sitting here trying to think about how I've been telling people this like for ages. Like if we just wanted money, like we could have made like a we could have made like a we could have made it like a Twitter bot. We could have put together like instead of what we're doing right now, which is like I love what we're doing.
Do you know how
we could have
hard
just
that
made
was?
like a Twitter bot that like that could have made millions. Like how people like there are people right now that are making like millions with AI, but they're like sacrificing their time building that instead of building like what we're building, which is going to be like revolutionary. Like people are going to build those TikTok bots and those Twitter bots with our system, and it's going to take them 5 minutes because it's just going to be like this one little import rather than like, you know, us spending all of our time focusing on like let's make some money on some TikToks. Like,
well,
you know?
Who's your master? Is it money or is it the desire to?
It's knowledge,
cool, right?
I think, or yeah, pursuit of knowledge and pursuit of art, pursuit of friendship and camaraderie and an adventure.
Yeah, like all those things, right? Like it's a team, and like you want to play the right game, and the game is not just to print money. Ideally, it does at some point, though. Right? Like I always have the mentality that I think that if you do the right thing and you're passionate about it, people will give you money for it because they can see the work. So I look at the thing that you're making, and it's like, oh, this is cool. This is made with care, right? So
made with care, yes. But I'm glad you feel that way. Thank you. Well, you read the docs. I sent them to you, and they keep getting updated. I guess there's nowhere to really start other than
do it.
I'll just send you the what is an agent doc. That one's my favorite one to start people on because what is an agent?
Yeah, and it's nice for me to like go and like use an off-the-shelf product like yours and try it because it's like, okay, I'm actually trying to train agents.
And it's not gonna work. I'll say that now because we've been. I mean, technically, you might get the you might get the C3PO voice to work. Like that's what we just did most recently.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was a cool demo.
It works.
I like how you did the video. Like I watched the whole thing, and it made me like, okay, I understand.
Not a lot of people have watched the whole video. Thank you.
But there is kind of that challenge where it's like, because I tried to make video content at some point, and it's like you got to drip out something that's smaller to hook those.
Oh yeah, no, I mean that thing for one is so old. Like it doesn't even like that video. I posted that video like before I met penguins, and like.
Well, then it did its job. You got him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they've been a big help. I can't believe where we're at now, penguins. Like you've honestly made.
I got like fucking 3 projects going on. We're trying to get this thing going and get enough critical mass. It's scoring good. Let's go with people now.
Yeah, I like I said, I got ARES pulled down now. Whenever you push up the new thing there, I'll try and like hop on your newest thing.
That's what I'm working on that right now. I got it really close.
That
our new version, and then I can add the ECS system finally. Well, first, see, Claude wants to build all the code out first, but I want to build like one little sample native code, and then add in the new compiler into the compiler, and then test that, and then I can go and add other classes. Because I did it his way first, and it didn't really work out that well. So.
Interesting. So, when you say compiler, what are you talking about? Like
I'm talking of,
the
well, the lowest level, I'll go bottom up. The lowest level, there is an LLVM, which you can also then use Clang or GCC, which if you are old.
You're talking about the optimizing compiler from Latner from back in the day. The one that Applebot, right?
Yeah. So the LLVM is usually what we use, and then that spits out
so you're actually doing bytecode.
So that spits out, So that spits out MLIR and SYCL SYCL code, which is optimized for multi-GPU and multi-CPU.
Okay, so you're not using like Nitros or whatever from NVIDIA. You're doing some other third-party graph compute thing. That's what you're gaining from this.
No, this uses CUDA directly on their kernel. This is how you write CUDA kernels. You write CUDA kernels with SYCL or Mylar. Mylar code means that it allows you to run that on CUDA. That's how you program, because that uses ARM architecture. So we compile the native layer first. So once that spits out our lib files or DLL files, and then once we have that, we write PYX and PYD and PXD files, which PYX and PXD files are bindings, Python bindings to the native code that we compiled using low-level virtual machine. So what that means is when you compile that code again using Clang, it generates bindings in C which implement your previously compiled DLL or lib file that you have made. And then once that is done, that then is rolled up using Ninja compiler, which then uses Clang to embed that whole chain into one DLL file for the runtime. But the low-level execution generates like ARES.dll, which is the core library, which is shared between all operating systems and stuff for it. So that's the rough build chain for it.
So this is why you can't vibe code. It's impossible to do that with vibe coding because it's actual real stuff.
Well, there's no example code and stuff, so a lot of the time
you're doing one-off engineering almost. Like it sounds like the grid exchange format from NVIDIA for Fabric.
Yeah.
Because we're trying to use that on
Fabric
robot.
uses that. So Fabric is one implementation that uses that. I mean, honestly, SYCL is pretty basic stuff. There's a PySYCL library, and it's just a bunch of high-level bindings. All it allows you to do is link memory views. So you have a memory view on your CPU and one in your GPU, and it allows you to bind them together. That's all it is. It's really simple.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's weird. So if you use GXF and my understanding, so what we're trying to do is, because we're compiling down to the Jetson Nano, which is a small,
I would imagine it has custom firmware, custom stuff you need to.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yes, and it runs what they call Nitros, which does scheduling in real time if you compile it the right way between the CPU and GPU based on load, which is really cool.
I gotta look this up. I might have to add this.
It's called Nitros.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna find it. So I'm gonna look for PyNitros.
I'm not sure if they have one. I wonder.
Oh,
they do.
Yeah.
There's a ROX. Yeah.
There's a ROX one.
Yeah, so that's where we use it. We basically use it because ROS was so bad. Robot operating system was so bad for performance.
That's the thing. Yeah, no, I don't. I have a RX ROS RX 6 like overclocked 8 GB cards. I don't use them at all because I use them for like Unreal or Unity, or if I want to play a game as a backup. But I can't use them for machine learning or any of the new stuff. Even in your DLS I can't use the modern DLS 3 and 4 on it, and that kind of blows.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
DLS 4 is
just,
sick.
I mean, it's just kind of sad that the NVIDIA kind of has moved on from all of the consumer stuff, but this is the... Actually, that's not animated, but I just pasted it in the chat, but that... the idea where if you're a bad programmer like I am, you're constantly writing dumb stuff to do on the CPU and then do stuff on the GPU. Dumb stuff to do on the CPU, and like just to get it to work. But if you stick with this paradigm, the trick is kind of like what you're doing. It should actually be hardware efficient, right?
Well,
but without doing the context switching of CPU to GPU. And especially it's really nice on the Jetson because they have shared memory. Like it's different. It's like a whole different platform. It's like a Tegra platform. So it's not even like a standard or it's not even like a standard ARM64.
Yeah. Check out that language.
Okay.
So this is what they use at CERN at Ethereum.
So this is OpenGL company.
Yeah. Kronos is, yes, they manage OpenGL, WebGL, SYCL, a bunch of other stuff. I think a compiler,
cool.
GCC.
That is cool that this is actually something that works.
It's very straightforward. So you can basically, if you get you down to the low, if you're able to embed NumPy from sources and you compile the wheel as part of your build process, you can hook in basically PySQL, which works with Python, and it allows you to do parallel tensors or matrices, which is really cool, very easily with one command, like just like this one little command. That's all you need. And it underneath the PySQL.tensor, it takes care of all of the multi-threads. So it makes sense if you have like 16 GPUs on one machine, or you have a cluster set up and you have like 100,000 set up. It doesn't matter. It handles the pooling and all that jazz, automatically.
Sounds awesome.
It's extreme. It's a lot of
like
money's gone
right?
into it. Yeah, a lot of money. I mean, you can't. They put a lot of money. Like, you think, well, why would they need that? They have all of these computers which use scientific. They're written with SciPy and NumPy, so they run in Python. But now they have all these servers that are managing all of this telemetry from their reactors and different accelerators and experiments, and they have to correlate all of that stuff together and run them in parallel. So they want to have one async IO script they run that's a master script. They run it and it just and it sends off to like 10,000 machines that go and monitor all this telemetry from whatever thing. Like, that's the level of data. So they get all this research money from Ethereum, not the crypto, but the Ethereum group in Switzerland. You know, right now they're working on Hyper Ethernet, which is the next level of Ethernet, because they have found that the last bottleneck of machine learning we have to get 1,000 times speed is the communication between the machines, and that InfiniBand.
It also goes back to Claude, right? Claude Shannon and information.
Exactly.
Density,
InfiniBand can't go past like 100,000. Like, they're running into issues with it scaling past 100,000. They're like, they want a cluster of 1 million GPUs. So they're like, well, we need a new protocol. Like, Ethernet is just, we need to figure out how to better do it. So their new experiments are about 15% just right off the bat, just using their protocol headers are about 15 to 20% faster for sharing information between like clusters. And that runs on top of InfiniBand, so that just multiplies the performance gain on top of that. So it's really boring, but it's also really cool at the same time. You know.
Well,
Hello. Welcome.
is that Chuck?
Yeah.
Hey, Chuck.
Hello.
Welcome.
I found
It's
people
a roll
talking.
cage, so you cannot make accidents.
Chuck and I are working on a robot together, so you're the only people that I've ever talked to that have been doing kind of lower level, taking advantage of the hardware. as from CUDA level. So Chuck is.
I mean, that's more of what Penguins does. I used to do stuff like that, but more for like embedded systems devices. But right now, I'm mostly focusing on just like. Actually, I mean, if you just mean using like a GPU for training AI, then sure, I guess. But I'm focusing on just writing good software for agents. I'm trying to build a robot, trying to build C3PO, trying to make them real. Trying to. Eventually, I'll have to build a fucking robot. I'll probably have to buy a Jetson.
At some point.
It's more complex than that.
It always is. I don't know, Chuck, you want to introduce yourself? I mean, I have to leave in a little bit.
Well,
it's a cool group of people.
I like these projects, and I'm a big fan of Polyama, right? And I'm a big believer that we have these small models, and then we fine-tune them to serve a purpose, because like a larger model is still towards your goal. And I believe you need things in place, right, to prevent shit from happening.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, not long before robots are gonna be just like walking around.
Oh yeah, they'll take a little longer, thinking by 2030.
We've been in the Omniverse. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but the NVIDIA Isaac Lab platform. That's where Chuck has been spending the last year, which is robot simulation, which is cool.
Yeah, I'm what they call an NVIDIA insider, whatever, ambassador.
That means you work for free?
Well, it means like I don't know what that means. It means like I know a lot, but anyway, like the things that promote with Nemo and Megatron and all those stuff, they have a purpose. And the future is agentic. It's like when you have you cannot do a model that does everything. So you have to pick up what works for you and work on top of that. That's why those tools are in place.
You might like this new doc I'm writing for OARC called "What is an Agent?" And there's this new term that I want to kind of like. Well, I'm trying to coin it almost, right? And it's called AMS. And essentially, I don't believe in AGI. I think AGI is a flawed term. But this AMS term is, here, I'll just type it into the chat here. So this is something that you can actually quantify. It's called agentic multimodal superalignment. And so OARC.
Yeah, you're doing alignment. That's where you apply the RL. That's what I was trying to get Rob into.
We're using multiple models or multimodal models, and it's an agentic system, and we're aligning those different models together through context such as RAG and other things. So
yes,
it's not just about having one multimodal model, it's about having a system of many models that work together.
You know something interesting? If you pick the vectors from the RAG and you plot them, you can make a topological structure. And that's how you predict what you're gonna do.
Yeah, I wanted to make, so there's this thing called PyViz. You can do these like knowledge graphs. And so I wanted to make like a knowledge graph of our agent. Like essentially, if you could see like this is the vision model and this is the speech model, and so it would actually represent like the agent. So this multimodal structure, if it's got speech and vision.
Yeah, you're doing multimodal superalignment. So yeah, you see that's what I specialize on my research. And then I have a different approach to it. I do not believe it's gonna go further. So I think we need a different approach to it, inspired by the brain about how we process in the computing through a topological structure. It's called the manifold hypothesis. Have you heard about it?
Not necessarily the manifold hypothesis, but I've definitely heard about people talking about, you know, like just having multiple agents for different tasks, such as like cognition, or like, you know, you can have the agent thinking in the background, but just because it's thinking, it's not necessarily executing on all of its tasks. So it can.
Oh yes,
you know,
it's
be
actually
creative.
not really thinking because it cannot go beyond its own domain of knowledge. Unfortunately, it gets stuck.
Well, what we do to reduce local minimum is we have like web crawlers, and so we can allow it to do research and
Oh, yeah.
other things that can kind of get it out of that local minimum.
But I believe the flaw is that it's searching on a space too large, and then if you constrain just a geometric topological structure, it's easier for you to get rid of the minimum. Let me see if I can pick the video. So how did this whole Oyama Roke started? Like,
I was really lucky to be surrounded by a bunch of brilliant people that taught me how to use Olama 9 months ago, and I decided that I wanted to build a speech-to-speech bot, and I made it C3PO was the voice.
oh yeah.
And yeah, I have a video I can send you. It's kind of old now, and I'm working on a really new video that'll like be like the old C3PO one, but like what is it like now, you know? Like, here's all the new features. It's still C3PO, but he's gonna be, you know, cooler. It came about because speech-to-speech was like this big thing back then, and now I think it is like the most integral thing that nobody uses, but if you use OARC, we'll have this really cool ability that you can just like import from OARC speech to text or from OARC text to speech.
Put here in the chat the manifold hypothesis. This
The
guy
other thing,
got almost there. So you made the speech to speech. You managed to make speech to speech, but you didn't use anything from NVIDIA. You just
I released my video on my Minecraft agent the same day that Microsoft released their Minecraft Copilot agent.
So you're doing the Minecraft one, like the world has the agents, and then they'll play with each other, like a little group.
This one is just a so Copilot or Microsoft did this, but so it's just using vision while I'm playing the game to like tell me what it's seeing while I'm playing the game. So it's just like, oh, I see this on your screen, and I see this on your screen. But this is pretty old now too. This was 10 months ago. Like, isn't that crazy? This Minecraft thing I did, that was 10 months ago.
Yeah, I love that one.
I guess so. So ultimately, the other thing that OARC was kind of built around was not just speech to speech, but it has tooling so you can do commands. So like if you want to say all of the first commands that I added were like /vision on. So if you type or say, so because you can turn the speech on and off, so you type or say /speech on or speech off, it'll turn that on or off. So you can be talking to it and you can say speech off and it'll just turn the speech off and now you have to type to it. Or you can say vision off and now I can't see you. Or you can say vision on and now I can see you. So the commands are typable, but there's also a speech equivalent for every typable command. And then we're also, like, our end goal is to teach a model how to call these commands, how to use the commands himself. And so he can then turn the tooling on and you can just be like, hey, do this. And he can figure out how to do it by turning his commands on.
The RAG. So then your logical next step was to learn RAG.
Yep, and now
then you learn to index it, right?
Penguins is building a cognitive RAG, which is like a really specialized RAG for.
So to answer your previous question, we use a combination of specialized PCA algorithms in conjunction with approximate nearest neighbor, and hierarchical network state calculations.
PCA.
we use
So using PCA to reduce the dimensionality and
Well,
then use the K-mean to pick the what's
it's a little more complicated than that because we use chain complex functions together to create a very higher dimensional manifolds of groups or clusters or K-clusters of similar rags, and that generates graphs and edges, which create related
that's
chunks
so
of.
fascinating, dude. I think the same thing.
It's a lot of work. Like I got that specification as like a rough idea. Like I'm trying to just understand it. This base is inspired off FAST. Like I dug apart the FAST, and I'm like, oh, this is really just basic. Let me find the core research to that, and just get the math. I'm like, that's the easy part. The hard part is like the clustering of the chunks. So like. You can't just like PCA your entire thing, so you need to have different sections, and then you're like, okay, I have a nice similar cluster, let's PCA or get what's that, because when you take the case,
you have to do an energy model, you have to use the energy.
Well, that's because it's like you got to keep it within the Kaiser rule too of the certain energy values over, so you want to keep similar energy values together because then you can standardize and kind of normalize the embeddings and kind of redo them and get better output. It's almost like similar to what you do with LoRa's.
Is the topological space. Once you choose the right topological space, it makes a lot easier for you to split them.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Then this is so fascinating. Like Rob just invited. He was passionate about this because he was looking to things to vibe code with. And then I'm fascinated. Like he find this project.
Yeah, it was a good question though. That was a really good question. That's just as you know your stuff. That was a good question.
Yeah, you know that shit. I don't know.
Yeah, that was a good question. That's a really good question.
You guys were talking about wizard shit. You two.
So that's the kind of thing I'm trying to explore with the cognitive RAG. Is can we use basic agentics to kind of solve that lower optimum? Can we predict like these is it easily solvable just by grouping together like knowledge into similar classification groups and then basically like creating almost memory or engrams of those that we can cross-reference later on, or is this a more difficult problem of getting stuck in the neural or what is it?
It is a more difficult problem.
Yeah.
Some people refer it as a Thomann eigenbaum machine.
Oken eigenbound machine?
Let me think. So Thomann eigenbaum machine, and like they talk about the manifold, how the brain organizes how it embeds information. Right. So the problem with these models is that you always get stuck because they have too large a space to explore. And then the brain does not have back feedback. It doesn't go back. It only goes forward.
Well, we also have sophisticated. I put in that specification. I go into a little bit, but there's agents for pruning. So not only are you trying to enrich the data, you're also looking for connections or chunks of data similar to when you dream. When you combine multiple pieces of information, you want to compress those similar ones into one. Update the references or edges to your graph.
And eliminate also, right?
Yeah.
Like the bed sheet.
And then you can use then what you do is you look at that graph, project it into twistor space, get your null rays, take the inverse of your null rays, and then you can prune all that data out, which is how a garbage collection basically works. You want to flag your stuff at one process, it's like, oh, I probably don't need this or whatever, and after the third time you just throw it out. You got to prune the data. Like a brain's doing that process at a biological chemical level that is mind-boggling. Like how much, like we use chemical to basically control our memories, and we prune that while we're sleeping. It's very phenomenal, like how it works. But I think that's part of it, is like the ability to prune the information out of your RAG, because then you get this query space. You get the space is so large. You're like, great. What's the right information? Then what? You make another RAG on top of the RAG to query the RAG to see if that information's right. Then that's the MIPSTAR MP problem, where you're never going to know if you have verified information, because you just recursively just create more and more verifying sets of data especially in autonomous systems that just can go create a new set of verifiers for it. You know, like you want to. That's complicated. I think from everything I've read, it's not an easy problem to solve.
This is so cool.
That's,
We are not alone, right? There's more people like us.
yeah. Let's see here. Just a little progress every day.
Well, I have to get going. I appreciate meeting you guys.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by.
That was amazing. If it wasn't my birthday and it wasn't tonight, right?
Happy birthday.
We could chat for many hours.
Happy birthday, Chuck. Sorry.
Yeah.
You guys been